Good morning.
Good morning, Brian. I can hear you.
Great. Thank you. Morning, everyone. So we will be starting our day, continuing public testimony on D2. We have about 45 more people signed up. Just a reminder to individuals, individuals and companies will have 2 minutes, organizations and associations 4 minutes. We are on a tight schedule today to complete our D2 agenda item and then staff tasking. So I'll ask everyone to be assisting me with managing time appropriately. And we have decided to reschedule our D3 agenda item for our June meeting at this point. So that will begin. I'm going to do a second call for individuals I missed or who are not online yesterday when I called their name. This will be the last time I call their name. So we'll begin with Dave Mann, followed by Charlie Peterson. Is Dave online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. I want to relate two instances since 2 minutes. They both happened, one of them in area 525702, 1994. A little honey hole we had that at a later date, we came back to fish it, and the roller gear marks were so huge from a very, very heavy piece of gear that flattened the area that fishing in. That area is no longer fishable. There's nothing there. It is never recovered. And the other one happened a couple of years ago. A friend of mine who is a trawler down in an area where he was going to fish for rockfish. And I told him that where he was looking at was a pretty good halibut spot. So don't worry, I won't touch it. I lost 2/3 of my gear when I went in there and fished the next day. So, yeah. The interconnections from all of these different species in the ecosystem, prey or predator, we don't really have a good understanding of exactly how it works or where we hit that tipping point. Sends a species we harvest into a recession, and sometimes maybe not a recoverable one. And a lot of that was brought to bear by listening to Mr. Stickert yesterday. I lived through the Kodiak, and it was immediate. It went from oversized crab to nothing overnight. And I can't think of any decisions that anybody made good or bad that facilitated, other than just a lack of understanding of the complexity. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mann. I'll see if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Good day, and thanks for letting me testify.
Thank you. Next person is Charlie Peterson, followed by Lyle Achwok.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, good morning, council members. My name is Charlie Peterson. I was born and raised in Kodiak. I currently run a salmon seiner and fish tanners in the winter and have pretty much since a little kid. I support moving the discussion forward for the initial review, and out of respect for my peers, I'd like to just keep it at that.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Oh, thank you. So next up is Lyle Ashwok, followed by Sophia Nielsen. Okay, we're not seeing Lyle online. Sophia Nielsen.
She also cited questions.
One moment, please. Oh, okay. Sophia is not online. Christopher Johnson. And Makoto Odlin? Also not online. So we'll go back to our main list, and Scott Hakima is first, followed by Isaac Milligan.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning, yes.
Good morning. My name is Scott Hockema. I own the trawler Pacific Storm, which my son Cole is the captain of in Kodiak exclusively. I'm here today to say that I'm against yet another failed trawl closure. We just can't keep taking more and more valuable fishing grounds away from trawlers as a solution to temporarily band-aid a fishery that has so many other problems. These two large stat areas contain so many species of fish that trawlers depend on heavily. The sandbox area has more different species of fish than any other area from its various depths. These stat areas are extremely important to my vessel's ability to operate. Despite listening to the AP and Council's presentation, I still don't understand what the problem is. There is no science showing the trawl closures work. In fact, there is just the opposite shown by science of surveys that show areas of 20-year-long closures have not resulted in any improvements for anyone in the Gulf of Alaska. The crabbers have not benefited at all, while the trawlers have been pushed into smaller and smaller areas. Stat areas 525-630 and 525-702 have been the heaviest trawl grounds for decades and still producing a good amount of crab. Who can explain this? Sounds like we need a lot more science. The old crab closure areas that no longer serve a purpose need to be reopened. They are useless to anyone the way they are. Some of them are not even surveyed any longer. Why are they still closed? This is what will happen to the sandbox area too. As others think, this area is a small area. It's very important to trawlers. That's why we are fighting so hard for it. We are being forced to put pressure on limited places we have to fish already and reduce bycatch at the same time. It's very difficult to do both. The plants restrict us to short trips to keep fish fresh, so we can't go further away to less prosperous fishing areas. We are all struggling right now with the very high operating costs and continue to restrict the trawl fleet without giving us management tools will only hurt Alaskan fishing families and communities like Kodiak. If you must consider new closures, do them with science. You need to give us back existing closures that haven't worked in the same action. We're always promised to get help later, but later never comes. If the council needs to take action, I support the advisory's panel's motion, not the Crab Fishers KCAC proposal without any trawler input. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Huckman. Are there any questions? Thank you. Isaac's not online. Okay. We'll circle back to Isaac at the end of the list. Heather Mann is next.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, council members, my name is Heather Mann. I represent the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. Federal fisheries management process can be complex, there's no doubt. It's made much simpler when we follow the guidelines laid out by Magnuson. In fact, the law requires that decisions meet these standards. We should not be making decisions based on feelings or what ifs. We make decisions based on robust science and facts, not unfounded and inflammatory allegations. We are in an unprecedented time of uncertainty for staffing and budgets. Similarly, the small family businesses I represent are faced with many challenges, impacting our ability to feed the nation and the world. We should not waste our limited resources to take on an action that will add to these challenges, frankly, for any of our fishermen. Table 6 does not fully capture the importance of the stat areas to trawl CVs. While this has been stated, many still reference the table as rationale for a closure, saying things like, well, it's a small amount of money. It seems like they could make it up elsewhere. I find judgment calls about someone else's business plan to be inappropriate. You are hearing directly from these small businesses just how important these areas are. We wouldn't be taking the time to show up in these numbers for a discussion paper if the areas weren't important. Please listen to these voices carefully. Yes, the Tanner crab fishery is important to the participants, just as any fishery is important. The Tanner crab fishery is not, however, more important than the trawl fisheries also taking place. The well-being of a crew member and the family they support on a trawl vessel is just as important as the well-being of a crew member on a crab boat, regardless of the size of the vessel. Saying that the 2-week tanner crab fishery should be prioritized because it generates more value than groundfish is not just in conflict with the national standards, it shows disregard for processors. And what about the cyclical nature of tanner crab? The stock has a long history of ups and downs with varying abundance, regardless of fishing activity. When the stock is down and there is limited fishery or no opener, what value is being generated for Kodiak then? It's the year-round fishing efforts of the trawl industry that keeps fish coming across the docks, that supports the shoreside infrastructure and plant workers, so that seafood processors can prosecute pulse fisheries when they occur, but also weather the storm when those pulse fisheries are down or closed. This is not just about flatfish. Our vessels fish for all types of species in the stat areas, excuse me, including pollock and rockfish. The discussion paper is clear that the highest abundances of tanner crab are in the areas that are heavily trawled, not where trawling is prohibited. This leads me to believe that our trawl fisheries are not, in fact, damaging tanner crab. Moreover, the paper does not conclude that trawl fisheries are damaging tanner crab populations. The KCAC proposal is not based on authentic collaboration, and no active trawlers were consulted before it was submitted in written public comment. This proposal is not an olive branch, it's a Trojan horse. I'm proud to represent the families who deliver groundfish into Kodiak, and honestly, the council and the state should be too. They are some of the most accountable CVs in the Gulf. They are also some of the most forward-thinking and innovative, constantly striving to do better. Please consider taking no further action on this issue. A large-scale static closure will harm trawlers and in turn harm Kodiak. All fisheries are important, especially now, and there is no justification to move this action forward that meets the national standards. Thank you for the time to comment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Mann? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Robert Langdon is next, followed by Duncan Fields. Can you unmute yourself, Robert? You can try *6.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, morning. My name's Rob Langdon. I've lived and fished in Kodiak since 1982. I'm the operator and one of the owners of the Evie Grace. I think closing these areas is a real bad idea. They're very important to my business, and they don't seem to work when you close things. We get a big part of our fish from them areas, and a lot of days they're the only place that we can fish. In conclusion, I guess I'm against closing them areas. So that's about all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Langdon. Are there any
Wow.
questions? Oh, I'm sorry. If you're not done, please continue.
Well, I'm done.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
am
thank you.
not seeing any questions. Our next testifier is Duncan Fields, followed by Mike Heligzo.
Hello, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Duncan Fields. I'm here speaking on behalf of Uzinki Community Holding and Cape Barnabas, Inc. These are the two community quota entities, 2 of 3 operational on Kodiak Island at this time. I'd like to encourage the council to move forward with an amendment package to address the protection of tanner crab on the east side of Kodiak Island. I think the overarching focus of the council should be the unique circumstance where such a large proportion of the known population of tanner crab, particularly the adult males and females, are in a relatively small area. I think figure 5 on the analysis, although that's raw data, will show you that concentration and show you the importance of the council's focus on protecting that tanner crab stock. This is a little different debate or conflict than other sorts of fisheries allocations when you are focused not just on who has access to the fish, but also on concentration of the resource and the need to protect the resource. And I thought that the AP's initial motion talking about the need to protect the centers of abundance of tanner crab and the habitat was an appropriate focus for the council. And that is the need. That is the concern. That is the problem, Madam Chair and council members. I think a couple of other things caught my eye with regard to the AP substitute motion. I think that took the debate in a little different direction than perhaps could be helpful for the council in your analysis. But one of the things is the idea that somehow you had to create the criteria for evaluating success before you could move forward with a motion. That's not what has been done in the past. And certainly, as you would review this action in 5 or 10 years, criteria for review could be developed in that time. I don't see, or I think it's a good policy to create that as a hurdle to move forward. I think the other idea is the third discussion paper, continue to have more information. I think you have enough information to create your problem statement, enough information to create elements, options for consideration. And some of the other information requests identified by the AP and others would then be part of your analysis that would inform the council moving forward. But the most important thing I want to talk about, what I really want to input is I believe, or I strongly advocate that revising the tanner crab rebuilding closures in Marmot Bay will create a firestorm of opposition to the council and what the council is doing. First of all, it's off point, which is protecting tanner crab. But second of all, look at figure number 1 and look at where these areas are adjacent to Uzinki, adjacent to Port Lions, and adjacent to the community of Kodiak. Also, look at figure number 3 and see the disproportionate recruitment of tanner crab in the Marmot Bay area over the last 2 years. It's huge recruitment events in these areas. And then finally, as I'm running out of time, one of the main reasons for moving hard and bottom trawling out of these areas is to limit the halibut bycatch in these areas. That halibut flows into the area of Kodiak, flows into Marmot Bay, and provides opportunities for subsistence fishermen, sports fishermen, sport charter fishermen. So as you look at the Marmot Bay closures, I would eliminate those from the analysis, Madam Chair and council members. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Fields. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Twight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Fields. Good to hear your voice. When I'm thinking about the concept of static closures, there's a couple of things that I think are important to that. Based on our current knowledge, but I also think about the practical reality that we've been experiencing, that at least as the council has used static closures, they really do appear to be one-way gates, that we just don't have the resources or the bandwidth to really evaluate them 5, 10, 15 years later to see if they're doing what they're doing. Maybe that'll change in the future, but at the moment, it doesn't look like we've got the ability to really change that. So I'm wondering what you sort of say to folks who point out to us that our static closures tend to be one-way closures and tend to then never change.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Twite. There's probably a tiered answer, and that's there's a complexity to that. I think we're all frustrated with static closures to one degree or another. In the absence, however, of additional information, in certain circumstances, it's better to be precautionary with regard to closures until we're able to determine whether or not additional fishing could occur. With regard to the current circumstance and the concentration of tanner crab in these stat areas, particularly with regard to the refined geographical boundaries that have been proposed by the tanner crab group in Kodiak, we don't need to guess on that, Mr. Twite. What we can do is evaluate that in the annual surveys and see if those crab are still there. If 80% or 85% of the adult tanner crab on Kodiak remain in those areas, that's a static closure that we can assess over time, and we can determine whether or not we need continued protection in that area. There are other closures, for instance, the king crab closures south of Kodiak, out towards Chiricahua. I think we revisit those. I think we have now enough time and assessment to recognize that closures out in some of those areas may not be appropriate. We're probably 20 years past due, actually, on some of those areas. But Marmot Bay is not one of those static closure areas that we need to revisit. It's vital to a host of other competing user groups. And there continues to be opportunity outside of the closed areas in Marmot Bay. So I don't think every static closed area is treated equally. I think some of the issues you're dealing with in the Bering Sea, while parallel in some ways, are very different in other ways. But I think the tanner crab issue specifically lends itself to a static closure assessment. Thank you, Mr. Twite, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Mike Alexo, followed by Jeremy Yuen.
Yes, good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Hey, good morning. To the chair, Madam Drobnica, members of the council, my name is Mike Helixo. I'm a lifelong Kodiak resident that has participated in various state and federal fisheries, mostly out of Kodiak. I have trawled longline, salmon, fish, crab, and jig throughout Alaska since the 90s. I'm also part owner of a vessel that relies on trawl, crab, and salmon to get by. I am not in favor of closing or restricting areas when there isn't a definable science-based problem and solution. Even though crab abundance and ex-vessel value has recently hit a historic high in stat areas 5.25702 and 5.25630, our trawl groundfish revenue has been comparable or higher in the same areas over the same time frame. With the crab biomass going back down, our groundfish revenue will become that much more important, not just to us, but to the community. The huge recent crab biomass spike coincided with cod crashing in the Gulf, as well as other groundfish abundance being as low as the trawl fleet has seen in those stat areas in memory. Now crab is steeply declined and there is a lot of groundfish around. Predation was low, crab spiked. Now crab is low and there are a lot of predators. Even though these stat areas are some of the most historically trawled grounds for groundfish, they're becoming more important with their recent abundance in rockfish and black cod, as well as low levels of bycatch. The trawl fleet doesn't have other new areas that they can go work if these areas get shut down like other folks claim. And in a world of constant arguing and outrage, shouldn't we be highlighting or even celebrating the fact that multiple fisheries and user groups have successfully coexisted and supported their communities with equal access to the same fishing grounds through the decades? Why knock down a fishery when it's probably propping another one up? There's more crab in areas that are trawled than there are in areas where trawl is banned. That is a fact that I haven't heard anybody try to dispute yet. Now, there's so much more I want to say, but with our limited time allotment, I'll stop there. And I really welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Jeremy's not online. Jeremy Young. I will circle back to him. Matt Rode is next, followed by Shelby Bacchus and Chelsea Riddell. Matt, can you please unmute yourself? Matt, we see you online. Matt Rode, wondering, can you press *6, please? I will circle back to Matt. We'll try to make contact with you. Oh,
How about now?
yes. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Matt Rohde, and I am the captain of the fishing vessel Dawn out of Kodiak. The Dawn is a 96-foot family-owned local Kodiak trawler. We operate year-round fishing pollock, flatfish, rockfish, and tender salmon. We also fish the tanner crab fishery. My family of 4, along with my crew's families, depend on these fisheries. We've been fishing stat area 702 and 630 since I've started fishing Kodiak 9 years ago. These two areas make up roughly 50% of our annual income. It's cleaner and faster fishing that keeps the fish plants running steady year-round. These areas have been fished by trawlers for many decades before me. The pollock, cod, and flatfish we fish in this area feed on the crab larvae and juvenile crab. We've seen firsthand arrowtooth and cod puking up baby crab larvae. Our fishery keeps these fish from decimating the crab biomass. Decade-long closures to other crab areas in the past have proven not to help rebuild the stock. The Crab Alliance claims they've been trying to close this area for 20-plus years. That's 20-plus years trawls been fishing here, and crab stocks have stayed steady or they've gotten better. That being said, we don't need to destroy one fishery for the unknown outcome of another. Thank you for your time and listening to why I don't support this proposal in these stat areas.
Thank you for your testimony, and there'll be no questions. So Shelby Bacchus and Chelsea Riddell, followed by Corey Allen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And do you have me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Shelby Bacchus, and I serve as the science advisor of the Alaska Groundfish Databank.
And I'm Chelsea Riddell, Assistant Director of Alaska Groundfish Databank.
AGDB represents Gulf of Alaska shore-based trawlers and processors, primarily based in Kodiak. I would note our written comment letter, which provides details regarding our position. We also strongly support the AP's motion and recommend that the council move the request for an expanded discussion paper forward if you must take further action. As I'm new within this process, I want to note that I first moved to Kodiak 3 years ago to study snow and tanner crab in the Bering Sea as part of my doctoral dissertation at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. As Kodiak residents, we have both seen firsthand how vital the tanner crab fishery is to the Kodiak community, and some of our members actively participate in the fishery. We firmly believe that multiple robust fisheries can coexist around our island home, and that trading one fishery for another is neither necessary nor beneficial to anyone. The list of areas where either all trawling or non-pelagic trawling is prohibited is extensive. For example, since the 80s, there has been no trawling at Cook Inlet or Ketchikan Bay, and crab have never returned. Federal king crab and tanner crab closure areas have existed in the Seagoa since 1987 and 2013, respectively. Additionally, nearly all state waters are closed to non-pelagic trawling. However, despite these long-standing closures, the expanded discussion paper shows that static fixed closures have not led to a significant rebound in red king crab or tanner crab populations. In contrast, Statistical areas 525,630 and 525,702 in the SEGOA have remained open to groundfish fishing since the initial crab closures were established in 1987. While remaining open, these areas have seen large recruitment events of Tanner crab, most recently in 2013, 18, and 23. We keep hearing that nothing has been done on this issue for 21 years, but these recruitment events suggest that the addition of regulatory measures such as Amendment 89 and innovations in trawl gear, such as the adoption of midwater doors and sweep modifications that minimize seafloor contact and protect Tanner crab, have achieved their intended goal, while decades of static closures have not. There is not sufficient scientific evidence to justify establishing new closure areas in 525, 702, or 630. Given that existing crab closures have not proven effective and the discussion paper does not show evidence of a problem, we strongly advocate two things. One, potential new closures must be designed correctly from the start. This includes providing clear conservation objectives, criteria for maintaining and removing closures, appropriate time periods for reevaluation of closures, and methods to make area closures as small and dynamic as possible within the current fishery management structure. There is extensive scientific literature that underscores that static closures are ineffective in reducing bycatch. You've heard from some testifiers that revisiting existing crab closure areas should be a separate issue, but we strongly advocate that they are the same issue. Revisiting the previous crab closures can help inform new closure designs. Why would the council continue to implement the same closure policy hoping for a different result? The trawl fishery cannot afford to lose more fishing grounds without getting additional areas reopened. Now more than ever, we have an opportunity to fundamentally improve how we design and manage closure areas to meet conservation objectives, ensuring that closure areas are established or removed based on the best available science. The success of Alaska's fishery depends on policies that balance conservation with economic sustainability, allowing fishing-dependent communities like Kodiak to thrive for generations to come, and where all fisheries meet optimal sustainable yield. The two areas under discussion for potential closures are vital to shoreside trawl participants. If we cannot answer three fundamental questions, one being, how do we know closures will work? Two, how can we design closures to be the most effective? And three, how will we measure whether closures are working? Then this issue is not ready to move into initial review analysis. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions. Okay. Seeing none. Thank you so much. We'll go to Corey Allen, followed by Paul McCabe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Hi, my name's Corey Allen, and I'd like to firmly express that we support the AP's motion for an additional discussion paper. If you want to consider additional closures, it needs to be done properly, and reopening areas must be included in the same action. I'd like to introduce our family dynamics and how we relate to the commercial fishing industry. My father, Joseph Ham, began fishing in the Gulf of Alaska about 30 years ago with the fishing vessel Shalissa. As our family grew, he expanded the business and acquired 3 additional fishing vessels. This includes the fishing vessel Nicole, Dawn, and Mar del Norte. My father trained my brother-in-law, Paul McCabe, and longtime friend, Robbie Harrington, at 16 years old, 20 years ago. Paul now captains the fishing vessel Nicole, and Robbie captains the fishing vessel Shalissa. My other brother-in-laws captains the fishing vessel Dawn, and my son's father captains the Mar del Norte. I assist my father with onshore management. My sisters, Brittany and Nicole, help to manage the bookkeeping for the business. Between us daughters, there are 7 grandchildren. 4 of the boys have been tendering for 6 to 7 years now, with the youngest starting at 4 years old. We are all homeowners in Kodiak and plan to reside here for years to come. Our family is put back into the community by establishing additional businesses from these fishing proceeds, which provide services and additional employment opportunities for residents of Kodiak. We all greatly depend upon this fishery. We cannot bear any additional financial burdens as we are already struggling to make it as it is. Taking these grounds will put our guys' lives at stake and will result in a huge loss of revenue, which not only affects us, but the community of Kodiak as a whole. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Twight.
I actually don't really have much of a question. I just wanted to really comment on how, in just a few words, Ms. Allen did a really great job of explaining just how important it is we look at these issues from particularly the community end and the interdependence of the families and the businesses. And just really appreciated how concisely you did that. And if you can find a question, Ms. Allen, feel free to take a few seconds to answer it.
I'm not sure if it's a fair thing to do first thing in the morning, but really appreciate your testimony, Ms. Allen.
Thank you.
Thanks. So Paul McCabe is next, followed by Brittany McCabe.
Phil, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Paul McCabe, and I do not agree with the crabber's proposal. I am the captain of the fishing vessel Nicole, which is a 100-foot trawler. I fish for cod, pollock, arrowtooth, and rock sole in these two stat areas. I am also a tanner crab permit holder. I have been fishing these grounds for 15 years. My father-in-law owns 4 local trawlers that fish here year-round, which is our main source of income. And a huge part of the town's income coming from these stat areas 525630 and 525702. We have our cleanest and fastest fishing in these areas with straight clean bags of arrowtooth, cod, and sole fish. There are huge schools of arrowtooth that move through here year-round. If we quit catching them, they will end up eating all the crab. Closing the area will not benefit anyone or the crab population. Closures in the past have proven not to work. There is no reason to close an area that has been fished for 40 years, and the crab and fish numbers keep going up. There is so much more income coming from those stat areas than just the tanner crab. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you. Our next testifier is Brittany McCabe, followed by David O'Brien, and there'll be no questions after this testimony.
Hi, my name is Brittany McCabe. I'm the wife of Paul McCabe and mother of 3 boys. We have lived in Kodiak for 13 years. My father started trawling before I was even born. I really don't know any other way of life, nor do my boys. This fishery is very important to my whole family and for our future. The grounds in discussion include areas which allow our captains to continue working at times when the weather is not on our side. If these closures were to take place, it would force our vessels to travel longer distances in rougher seas, further risking the lives of our fishermen. Also, this further distance will result in delays in product moving across the dock that keep our processes functioning and will also affect the quality of our fish being delivered. I feel like there isn't enough scientific data to make such a drastic decision that will have a negative impact upon our fishery. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. So our next testifier is David O'Brien, followed by Aaron Nevin. David is done. Okay, we'll circle back to David one more time. Aaron Nevin. Do you see Aaron? One moment, please. I'll circle back to Aaron. Robbie Harrington, followed by Riley Spence. One moment. Okay, I'll circle back to Robbie Harrington, Riley Spence, followed by Tucker Allen.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name's Riley Spence. I'm the captain of the fishing vessel Mardo Norte. Norte is a 94-foot trawler catcher vessel out of Kodiak. We participate in the pollock, flatfish, rockfish, and rockfish and tender salmon in the summer. Just this year, one of our boats acquired a tanner permit, and we participated in this tanner fishery this year. So we're just as proactive with tanner crabs as anyone else is now. I've been fishing 525-702 and 525-630 for the last 7 years. The two areas are very crucial and make up probably almost half of our fishery annual income. It saves a lot of time, traveling, and fuel costs being so close to town. I also have a 15-year-old son that is also fishing these areas. Being so close to town allows him to be able to go on a few trips a year with me on the weekends when he's not in school. Oh, these two areas are very crucial when weather comes up. These areas usually are almost always fishable, so we can keep fishing and keep the plants busy and stay running. I'd like to see some hard data that closing these areas would be 100% beneficial to save the tanner crabs, rather than just someone's opinion or idea. That they think it might help the crab. As we know, the crab closures in the past didn't help or bring the crab population back. Trawling is a fact that it helps limit the predatory fish to the tanner crab and the tanner larvae, like pollock, arrowtooth, and cod. Thanks for listening to my testimony of why these two areas shouldn't be closed, and if anything, either revise, get some hard data before these are closed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So, Tucker Allen is next, followed by Darren Platt.
Hi, my name is Tucker Allen. I am 15 years old. I'm a third-generation fisherman. I have fished on two of my papa's boats over the last 7 years. I tender every summer with my younger cousins, and I have flat fished in the area that's been talked about with my Uncle Paul, Uncle Matt, and my dad. They are taking so many things away, and I am worried about my future in fishing. My grandfather could have sold out years ago, but my family wants to keep the family business alive. I would like to continue fishing on the boats and hope to be a captain like my dad and uncle someday.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Allen. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you for joining us. So Darren Platt is up next, followed by Mike Clark. Oh, we'll circle back to Darren and Mike. So Hannah Heimbach is next.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, good morning.
Morning, Chair Drobnica and members of the council. For the record, my name is Hannah Heimbach, testifying today as an individual. I have a commercial set net operation on the south end of Kodiak Island, and the rest of the year I work with organizations representing Alaskan harvesters. I sit on the board of the North Pacific Fisheries Association. I work directly with Cordova District Fishermen United and the Under 60 Cod Harvesters, all of whom support moving this topic to initial review and have members who participate in the Kodiak tanner fishery. The areas being considered for additional protections have long been deemed by the state of Alaska as important for tanner crab at all life cycles throughout the year. Large aggregations of both adult and juvenile tanner crab consistently utilize this habitat, indicating that it is a fundamental component of a healthy crab population and well worth protecting. The North Pacific is in need of proactive protections for population centers and fundamental habitats. This is an opportunity to do that. I think questions from council members and testimony from all stakeholders actually really highlighted the value of additional analysis to properly weigh any trade-offs and potential mitigating factors. And for the sake of brevity, in terms of any other specifics, I'll align myself with the written comments from the Kodiak Crab Alliance Cooperative, as many others have done. The organizations and individuals that you've heard from in support of initial review and action on these protections collectively represent hundreds, if not thousands, of stakeholders, from active tanner harvesters to the community members from around the Gulf that believe these protections are important. I believe that support, the definitive science of survey data, and the decades of local knowledge presented here and on many previous iterations is more than sufficient to move forward a robust initial review. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Heimbuch? Yes, Mr. Sukata.
Yes, thank you very much for your testimony. I just didn't catch what associations that I know you're testifying individually, but you mentioned that you work with associations of other fishermen.
Yeah, and I testified as an individual because I wanted to, or through the chair, I wanted to mention multiple different groups, but that's the North Pacific Fisheries Association, the Cordova District Fishermen United, and the Under 60 Cod Harvesters.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Don Sitton is up next, followed by Freddie Christensen. Don, could you please unmute yourself? Okay, I'll circle back to Don. Freddie Christensen, followed by Dave Kubiak. Is Mr. Christensen online? A moment, please. Okay. I will circle back to Freddie. Dave Kubiak, followed by Robert Carter. Dave, can you please unmute yourself? See that you're unmuted. If you want to begin your testimony, please. Mr. Kubiak? Is there anything on our end that's preventing him? We're still not hearing you, Mr. Kubiak. Okay, we will circle back to Dave Kubiak. Actually, Robert Carter, followed by Kevin Abina. Is Mr. Carter online? Okay. We will circle back one more time to Robert Carter, Kevin Abina, followed by Kurt Cochran. No, Kevin. Okay. Kurt Cochran, followed by Natasha Hayden.
Madam Chair and members of the council, I'm Kurt Cochran. The discussion paper does not show that trawl has a negative impact on tanner crab. I ask you to take no further action. If you decide on another expanded discussion paper, Please change the rule that prohibits me from having pelagic and non-pelagic gear on the boat at the same time in type 1 and type 2 areas when fishing pollock. Open up crab boxes close to trawling. We have information that trawling has very little to no impact on tenor crab. 2013 Restructured Observer Program with improved estimates of tenor crab bycatch. 2014 required sweep modifications with 0 unforeseen crab mortality and 80 to 90% of the trawl equation off the bottom. As you go forward, look at small dynamic closures. What Kodiak Crab Alliance has asked for is a non-starter. 525702 is very important for pelagic and non-pelagic trawl. 525630 is as important to the fleet. The 2024 voluntary crab closure, most of the fleet felt was too big of a closure and best fishing practice were a better solution. Tenor crab are buried into the mud when molting. The point is our trawls are so much different, we don't have the same interaction with tenor crab. The tenor crab fishermen are their own worst enemies. The way they prosecute the crab fishery is harmful to the crab stocks. And I keep hearing predators are the worst thing for crab population. You have 2 ways to reduce predators, only one you can control. One is another warming event to reduce the cod biomass. The other is trawling to keep predators like skates, cod, and sole in check. This is where small dynamic closures that open and close are helpful. And thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cochran, for your testimony. We've heard a number of individuals describe to us why they believe these 2 areas are important to their business plans. I'd be curious to hear from you briefly why these 2 areas, 702 and 630, are particularly important to the fishery plans that you implement.
Briefly is the hard part. So the council process, even though it's a good process, is did nothing but take away from the trawl industry. Back in 1984, I fished POP out past the Dutch out the chain. That's gone. AFA, I fished pollock before that. That's gone. I don't have that opportunity. Cod that you just took in the Bering Sea, that's gone. I don't have that opportunity. But stellar sea lions, closed the bays, 3-mile limit, crab closure boxes. I mean, the list goes on. Halibut you've taken away from the trawl industry. The salmon bycatch numbers for bycatch you've taken away from the trawl industry. The list goes on and on about takeaways, and here we are again taken away. This area that we're talking about, the sandbox, is unique to probably any other place that I've fished. It's multi-fish species, whether we're fishing pollock there, pelagic or non-pelagic. We're fishing cod there. We're fishing sole there. It is clean. It's one place we go to get away from halibut bycatch. It's one place we go to get away from salmon bycatch. And it has tenor crabs. I've actually fished tenor crabs there. It is a unique area that's kind of like none other. And we all rely on it heavily. The fish plants do. We fish it when it's heavy freeze and spray, and you can't fish anywhere else. The island protects you there. You can sit at the top in a sandbox and go down and go up. So it's really unique and it's really important. We can't go any other place like that and fish all those species. Even if we open up some areas or change some areas, they got pollock closures there for stellar sea lions. They got cod closure there for stellar sea lions. This area lets us fish everything. And there's been years that I caught all my cod there. There's been years that pollock was in the toilet, so we didn't fish pollock. We fished sole, and we fished sole there. I mean, the paper doesn't capture. The paper shows in 6 and table 6 that we don't rely on it, but that's not true. That paper pulls in CV sectors, but the paper doesn't go back to my 33 years of history and show how dependent over that time I've been in all the different fisheries in that area. And with our trawls and the way we've managed and done, we've just gone higher and higher, took the higher road and done a better job of avoiding these little critters. We're going over, skimming over the top of them. They're going underneath things. I did, well, on the marathon, we did the crab sweep modifications in the Gulf and checked the crabs that we did catch to see if they were live and all the stuff on the boat and the elevated sweeps and see if they're going to work. So we've done a lot of work to improve and do a better job in this area. And it's so important to our fish plants to down and the trawl industry. We've been coexisting for 40 years there. I think we can still keep coexisting there and we can all benefit from each other. That's the short answer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Natasha Hayden is next. She's not online. Darius Kaspersek, also not online, so I will go back.
What they say.
Chris Cooper, followed by Julie Kavanaugh.
What's that?
You got it.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Yeah. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Chris Cooper. My family owns and operates a fishing vessel that participates in the GOA trawl fisheries. As you know, this is a difficult time to be in the fishing industry, regardless of what fishery you're in. The trawl fisheries already have vast closures and limited grounds all around Kodiak. So without looking at revisiting some of these existing closures that are not meeting goals and objectives, I cannot be on board with additional restrictions that will harm the fleet and most likely not provide any benefit. We need the council to focus on actions that will bring benefits to all participants and not harm them. This area has been very important to our operation over the years. I don't believe this analysis shows the true importance of this area has for the trawl fishery, and I'd like to see more analysis done to separate the CP sector from the catcher vessel sector to truly understand the importance of this area. The analysis also does not show a problem in my mind with the stock of the crab under current conditions. So I struggle to see adequate reason for closures in this area. With modifications the fleet has made in 2014 to trawl gear, and with the current crab abundance in this area, I don't see how this requires any action for protection. If trawl gear has such negative impact on the crab, that would justify a closure. I don't understand how this stock is the healthiest around the island if that's the case. I do not support KCAC's proposed closures, and I recommend the council takes no action. But if that's not the case, I'd like to see further analysis done and would support the AP motion. There are more effective ways to accomplish these goals. If there's actually a legitimate reason for action. But without the tools of a rationalized fishery, that's just not possible. All this does is harm participants, and that concludes my statements. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Cooper? Seeing none, thanks again. We'll go to Julie Kavanaugh, followed by Corey Lesher.
Yeah, thank you. Do you hear me?
We do. Good morning.
Oh, yay. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Council. My name is Julie Kavanaugh, and I live in Kodiak. My family participates in the Kodiak tanner crab fishery. Our crab have retreated to the east side of Kodiak. The densest population is now found primarily in stat areas 525-702 and 525-630. These localized pockets of abundance seem to thrive in and around the Barnabas Gully. They are static, both spatially and temporally, different from their counterparts in the Bering Sea. This dense biomass is important and aids to the population distribution beyond its local waters. It should be a priority to proactively protect both the crab and the unique habitat, and the management controls this council has is to avoid bycatch and remove ground fishing effort. I would like to emphasize some reasons why I'm concerned and believe there is a high level of uncertainty, indicating that the council should take this precautionary approach. One, you have a unique geographical area that is supporting and protecting our biggest biomass of tanners in the Gulf of Alaska and is scientifically identified. Two, Gulf of Alaska tanner crab now have retreated to a defensive position. 3, you have limited tools to control bycatch or to protect a conservation threshold. Your fishing effects model indicates that the GOA PTR gear is on the bottom, up to 400% more than it is allowed by regulation. 4, it is not clear how the pelagic trawl net is supposed to operate. 5, increasing bottom trawling in this area under better market scenarios is a goal stated by industry. 6, federal managers do not set a BSMY as they do in the BSAI. And finally, we seem to have overestimated the ability of crab to produce under stress or at current acceptable BSMY throughout all crab populations. And it's strange to me that we must wait until a resource such as crab is teetering on the brink of no return before we consider this protections. Scientific literature tells us all about long-lived species such as crab, the delay to maturity, how the delay to maturity compounds vulnerability. And we know that crab are pretty much vulnerable their whole life. I believe the council can move proactively and deliberately considering the benefits and impacts, as well as making a decision based on conservation and economics. I have a few bullet points to inform.
Ms. Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Your time is up. Can you please offer a concluding statement?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to KCAC's refined map since I participated in that process, discuss alternatives for initial review, or answer any other questions such as removing fishing effort in the static closures.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Kavanaugh? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Kavanaugh. A question on, at the end of your testimony, you had a list of, and I think it was number 2, that tanner crab are in a defensive position, I think was the term you used. Can you help me understand a little bit more what you mean by that?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Mueller, for your question. If we look back historically and you talk to traditional and local knowledge holders, and I think there was some testimony earlier that we understand that all species like tanners and king crab were just prolific throughout the whole island, and you could harvest them without hardly any effort at all. We all hear the stories of when king were crab, and so we know that crab was just spread out all over throughout the island. People were harvesting in all different types of bays and situations. Over on the mainland, there was lots of crab. The Chignik area didn't have an opener and has only had maybe 1 or 2 recently, but their ability to harvest crab over there used to be much more prolific and abundant. And so now, in the current situation, we have in the statistical areas that we're looking at, we have like 46% of the biomass just on the east side of Kodiak. And so that's why I assert that even though they're abundant in this area, they've retracted to the specific area where Barnabas Gully seems to be kind of a protecting zone, and it offers them habitat, the right habitats to be able to be prolific there. And so that just elevates the idea and the importance of this area to what's left of the biomass of crab in the Gulf of Alaska. And it just seems to me that if we want, I think there's a narrative that says that they're abundant and there's no problem. But then and we're obviously just focusing on these stat areas. So if you just look at that, you would say there's no problem. But if you broaden yourself out and look at it just a mid-level at the Gulf of Alaska, you can see a different perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Goen.
You, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kavanaugh, for your testimony. At the end of your testimony, you mentioned that you could speak to the development of the KCAC proposed area. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that question. I actually have spent the last, I think it's been 14 months, kind of herding the squirrels, trying to work on refined maps and get information. And so those maps were done through a process of studying the state of Alaska survey data and identifying where the core amounts of crab are in the statistical areas. And the first thing we did is we moved the lines in to capture those known areas of abundance and try to offer area outside of the box to ground fish gears that wouldn't be able to fish inside of there. And then I went out and I talked to multiple Tanner Crab members and the representatives from KCAC. I sat down, they asked me to come sit down, and they had a lot of harvest data from multiple years of fishing Tanner crabs in the area, and they overlaid it a little bit over where the already little bit of refinement that we did. And that's one of the reasons why you see the line drawn all the way to the 3 mile line, where it captures a little bit of 632. I think the second option where it captures more of 632 really covers the harvest that happened, especially this last year in that area. It also captures the type 2 Barnabas closure that is seasonal, and we felt like that obviously is important to the adjacent state waters fishery. It was identified as important, and capturing that in the refined maps was seemed to be a little seemed like it would be the right thing to do, and convert it, kind of get rid of that red line on the map and make it a part of the newly defined closure. And those are the 2 data points that were used to offer you guys that map. And then I would just want to add a little bit more context to the process. My counterpart that has been working with me reached out. It was either in December or January to meet with requested to meet with some trawl representatives, and they really felt like it would be more productive if we waited until the anticipated discussion paper dropped and get information from that. And so we respected that, and we waited until the paper dropped. I think it was 2 weeks before, and it did take us a good amount of time, I think like 5 or 6 days, to kind of go through the paper, absorb the information. And then we reached out and met, I think it was the Friday before this meeting, with 3 representatives from the trawl sector. And I believe my take on that was that there was a desire to go in a different direction. It's reflected in the substitute motion at the AP. And they weren't ready to offer any additional information for a closure area, because that's not what I understand that their members wanted to at the time. So there was just no information offered for any further refinement on the map. And the conversations went back and forth all the way through the AP, trying to work on a motion at the AP that would be productive for both, but we just never got past that conversation where there were 2 directions to go, and they weren't really complementary to each other. So the maps from KCAC just reflect Tanner crab fishermen harvest, and the state of Alaska survey maps, both that identify where the abundance of crab are in all stages of their life. The survey captures all stages of their life. The Tanner crab information captures the mature biomass that they actually fish on. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more question, Ms. Vanderhoek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kavanaugh, for your comments. And I think you got to most of my question in responding to Ms. Gowen's question. I appreciate the walkthrough on the process. So what I took from that, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, the KCAC proposal was characterized earlier as a compromise position. And so from your description, that sounds like it was the compromise position of KCAC, not a compromise between the trawl fleet and the crab fleet. Did I catch that correctly through your walkthrough on the process?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for that question. I think that when you get a variety of different testifiers, the language gets a little bit muddled, and people, they're talking off the hip. And so I think that those words really matter so that people can understand the process. And I think what we were doing is we started out with these full statistical areas, and we heard from the council that they wanted to see refined areas that really focused on the protecting the crab, if that's because that's the intent of the motion. And so I understand the other comments, because I think they felt like that was a compromise, not taking the whole area, recognizing that we needed to leave opportunity where we could. And we did have individuals that had participated in trawl fisheries in the past, and an individual that actually works on a trawl vessel tell us that some of the area that we left out was really important to that fishery, but I don't really have any collaboration from the members that I spoke to myself. But I did hear first person from those individuals that 6:30 there's a lot of ground fishing going on in that statistical area, and our maps actually removed almost all of 6:30, and we just took a band off the top on the first map, and then the map that's a little bit bigger was really to capture where we were catching mature crab in 6:32. So that compromise position was basically based on what the council was asking for, and we felt like we wanted to do a good faith effort to get down as far as we could. And really refining it any more than that, we wouldn't have captured the actual crab that show up on this survey.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Kavanaugh.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Corey Lesher, followed by Rebecca Skinner.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, I'm Corey Lesher, testifying on behalf of Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers this morning. ABSC is a trade association representing the majority of independent crab harvesters who commercially fish for king, snow, and tanner crab with pot gear in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab rationalization program. Our vessels primarily fish in the BSAI rationalized crab fisheries. However, there are times when a vessel and our members may instead choose to fish in the state-managed Kodiak tanner crab fishery in any given year. In that regard, I appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments. I also really appreciate the work done by council staff in the presentation yesterday, along with having Mr. Stickert available for providing answers to some of the questions and his expertise. I think that goes a really long way in this process. We've heard a lot of compelling testimony over the past 2 days, and I'd just like to touch on a few of the points that have been brought up. There has been concern where it comes to closed areas for fisheries and whether or not spatial closures are in fact helping the resource. I'd just like to reiterate that it's especially important to protect crab during their molting cycle, and especially protecting this high density and high level of abundance areas. It's also important to protect essential habitat. We're talking about structure forming habitat that's important for crab relief and refuge to evade predators. But back to whether or not these closed areas are effective at protecting localized areas of the crab population, ensuring further recruitment, but a performance standard of some sort or a metric to measure the efficacy of protected areas would be really necessary. We've heard other testifiers suggesting original closures for red king crab have not been effective for that stock, and there's been some discussion whether or not those closed areas were implemented in time to actually afford the stock to rebound. But it's something that we've seen in other king crab stocks, red king crab, blue king crab in the Bering Sea. So anyway, I guess I urge the council to consider some sort of performance metric to monitor closed areas, or a type of threshold that establishes whether or not we're meeting the goals of those closed areas. This would certainly take time. As we know, Tanner crab abundance is detected in pulses, and we understand that this is a pulse fishery. So I guess in closing, Madam Chair, the Kodiak Tanner crab resource is important to crab fishermen and their families and to the community of Kodiak and surrounding areas. And I encourage the council to move forward with an initial review containing an appropriate range of alternatives that establish protections for this Tanner crab resource and its habitat as well. It's been encouraging to see Tanner crab thriving once again in Kodiak, and we really hope that we can see that continue into the future. I'm confident that there can be a healthy balance that allows harvest of groundfish species while also protecting and maintaining healthy populations of Tanner crab and Tanner crab habitat. That concludes my testimony. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lesher. Ms. Kimball has a question. From you.
Double mute. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lesher. I mean, you hit on one of the things that is one of the primary criticisms of an action like this with closed areas, that we don't reevaluate to see their effectiveness. And so I'm wondering, you know, the only information we have here is survey information on abundance of crab and density of crab. Do you have any other ideas in terms of reviewing the effectiveness of a closed area that we could use as kind of this threshold that you're talking about? Or are you just talking about in the future, continue to look at survey data and ensure that crab are still there, that this is still an important area in terms of density of crab?
Through the chair, good morning, Ms. Kimball, and thank you for the question. I think this is really important topic. I'm happy to provide some of my thoughts, but also putting this out for the council's consideration and to include other experts in the area. But in previous discussions that we've had on the council floor, I think you know, the goal is to maintain some level of abundance, whether you look at that threshold being a biomass of mature females or mature males, or just general overall biomass as the pulse moves through the system. And so we understand that there will be some years where abundance dips down as we wait for the next recruits to come through. So it could be reviewing these areas annually, or some time frame to look at whether or not we're maintaining a set level of abundance, and or it could also look at habitat and get an understanding if there are those benthic forming structures providing relief for crabs. So I think there are others that are probably far better experts in the area that could assist in identifying those metrics, or something that we're able to measure and monitor, but also understanding that that it does take time.
Thanks.
Not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Mr. Lesher.
Thank you.
Rebecca Skinner is up next, followed by Patrick O'Donnell.
Am I coming through?
Yes, you are. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rebecca Skinner. I'm testifying on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association, which is a trade association comprising Kodiak-based trawl vessels. Gulf trawlers have a dependence on a mixture of fisheries, and I'll note that this is a lot different than trawl fisheries in the Bering Sea that have kind of been specialized into different fisheries. And the Gulf trawlers really do have to fish a little bit of everything, as well as participate in other year type fisheries and salmon tendering. I will reference the AWTA letter that was submitted during the public comment process. And I also wanted to note the council and agency resource limitations. And I think this is a very real issue that I think the council should think really hard about what actions should be taken up, thinking about, are you getting a good bang for your buck? Are the resources there to actually do all of the things that need to be done? Clearly they're not, and things need to be prioritized. I wanted to speak in favor of the AP motion, which is an expanded discussion paper, and spend a little time talking about why I think that would be helpful. So in looking back over the prior motions and discussion papers for Gulf Tanner, it feels like the problem was identified as these areas are open, not necessarily a specific problem related to Tanner crab, conservation issues, that kind of a thing. It seemed like the problem was these areas are open, which makes the solution easy, close the areas. However, it also sounds like this problem was identified over 20 years ago. And in the meantime, there's some major changes that have happened. Number one, there's the gear modifications for non-pelagic gear in the Gulf, which includes raise sweeps and mid-water doors that really keep the gear off the bottom. The marmot closure, but I'll note that there's few Tanner found in that closure. And then currently we've got the crisis in the seafood industry, so you have a lot of vulnerable businesses. I think a discussion paper would help tease out whether there is a problem and then what is the nature of the problem. For example, is it bycatch in general? And so with bycatch, you're going to need to look at all gear types. And trawl bycatch is about 0.2% of the Tanner abundance. So I'm not sure, that doesn't sound like a problem. The biologists haven't indicated it's a problem. It's hard to tell if that's actually a problem or not. Is the problem vulnerable life states of Tanner crab? I think there's some dates that are referenced. They're vulnerable after April. This doesn't even align with type 2 closures. Also, there's already closures in place that protect Tanner in this area, including state waters, the Barnabas type 2 closure, and then the stellar sea lion protection around Ugak Island. I think it's really important to also inform the development of the objectives. How are areas identified? Why are they closed? What is the purpose they're going to serve? Allow mechanisms to reverse closures. It almost sounds like there's a desire to rebuild Tanners with this closure. I'm not sure if that's realistic or not. And then if you don't define the objectives up front, it's easy in the future to state new objectives. For example, a Tanner closure was in place to protect halibut or because fishing occurred close to communities. Those were not stated in the paper. I don't know if they're accurate or not, but these are things that an expanded discussion paper could really help identify. And also allow an opportunity for industry to have conversations and maybe work out an actual compromise that could work for everyone. I see I'm out of time, so I'll close there.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. See none, thank you. So next up is Patrick O'Donnell, followed by Jonas McKinney. Are you on, Patty? Can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Patrick O'Donnell. I own the 85-foot caravel that fished out of Kodiak since 1990, where both my kids were born, and as adults, they work on the boat with me today. The discussion paper lacks data and context. Table 6 includes CP revenue, but CPs do not fish the two statistical areas. This dilutes the real value of the Kodiak catcher fleet. Table 5 in the 24 paper shows that 37 unique trawlers fished non-pelagic from 2018 to 23 in both statistical areas with a total harvest of 70 million pounds. This equates to 15.8%, 15.86% of all Central Gulf of Alaska catch, and this is in years of no flatfish markets, small cod tack due to the cod crash in 2017, and an 80% reduction in the cod tack. Bycatch numbers are skewed due to the inclusion of 2020 observer data in the COVID years, where there was a high number of waivers for observers, as there was none available. And as we all know, the numbers we do have are extrapolated numbers, not actual crab count. Historically, long-term bycatch rates of tanners has been about 0.2%, has been determined not to have an impact on the overall biomass of crab. 20 to 45% of Pacific cod diets is juvenile tanner crab. So who will have the bigger impact here? We have not yet identified a fishery problem here, and it's extremely political. Despite the belief the council will use the best available science, political pressure seems to prevail in the decision-making process. This council has closed more areas to fishing in its time than we have fishing grounds that are available. Are you headed in the right direction looking back at the decisions that have been made? I'm not so sure. I have a chart that I coloured in of all the closure areas around Kodiak that I can email people of all the areas closed. I brought this to the council meeting last year and pinned it on the wall. So anyhow, I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. O'Donnell? Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony, Mr. O'Donnell. You had mentioned some of the numbers that the trawl group brings into Kodiak. Being a little concerned about what I've seen, for example, is just one example, St. Paul, where the collapse of one fishery had negative effects on other fisheries. I know Kodiak has more than one processor. I was wondering if you could maybe relate if Kodiak might be in a similar situation as St. Paul, or if how close are you guys in terms of processing capacity, I guess?
Thank you to the chair, Mr. Sagata. I'm trying to make sense of your question in trying to I guess mirror with St. Paul and your question about processor capacity. And so if you could rephrase the question, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. Sorry about that. St. Paul has suffered from a collapse of one fishery or the reduction of one fishery. I'm wondering to how close Kodiak mirrors that in terms of, I know processing capacity has come down. I'm wondering how much less volume can come across the dock without seeing a further reduction of processing capacity.
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Sagata. That clears it up for me. So anyhow, I think Kodiak, we've seen a lot of changing conditions over the last few years. We've seen processors close. I think when I started fishing Kodiak back in the 90s, there was 13 processors here. We've seen a lot of them go away. And how vulnerable is it? I think it's very vulnerable. And my concern is that we have this tanner fishery and we have the jig fishery, and we have lots of different groundfish fisheries, the longline fishery with the under 40, over 40, or 50, whatever it is, state water, federal water. A lot of these fisheries, I think, what makes it viable here in Kodiak is that we have groundfish coming into Kodiak almost year round when we're not tendering in the summer, which we've been doing here because of shifting conditions in markets and what have you. I never thought I would be a salmon tender as a trawler, but I've done it for 11 seasons now to fill in the gaps. But it's very vulnerable, and what I'm concerned about is that if the processors don't get the volume of fish, then will they stay open? And we've seen processors go away. The smaller ones go first. The bigger ones we've seen trade and pull out of Kodiak. It became financially non-viable for them to keep the business here, and that's one of the biggest processors in the country. So I think the biggest thing is keeping production rolling and coming in across the dock. I mean, looking at the 24 paper, we had 70 million pounds came out of them two statistical areas, and we hear from members of the council saying, "Can't you fish anywhere else?" Yeah, we can. We can fish other places, but we don't get the concentration of species like we do in these two statistical areas. Flatfish are abundant down there, and especially now with the lack of markets over the last few years. We had boats do some speculation last year, and I mean speculation was on market conditions and putting some fish into markets. And I think one boat made 3 tows down there of a couple hours each for 300,000 pound of rock sole, and brought that into the cannery at a very low ex vessel value just to try and bolster market. So I think it's very vulnerable, and I'm concerned that, you know, we're going to end up like Homer or Cordova, where you have seasonal jobs and seasonal processors, and keep in mind that we have a huge resident cannery processing workforce in Kodiak. So I've lived here a long time. I've been in the fishing business since I was a little kid. I left Ireland because it collapsed, and I'm worried about the same thing happening here, and I don't want to move again. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Jonas McKinley is next. There'll be no questions during this testimony, followed by Ron Kavanaugh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Madam Chair and council members, good morning. My name is Jonas McKinley. I've lived in Kodiak and fished the Gulf of Alaska on the FB Collier Brothers for the last 5 years. We fish for pollock, cod, rockfish, and flatfish. Last year alone, 50% of my income came from trawling in stat areas 525, 702, and 525, 630. We have invested heavily in the state-of-the-art equipment that helps us avoid bycatch, as well as catch targeted species fast and effectively. Risers on our sweeps using properly adjusted and tuned midwater trawl doors with sensors, giving us real-time feedback while keeping ground contact to a minimum. Great efforts have been made and will continue to be made to preserve the Tanner fishery. But closing or partially closing 2 stat areas to trawling is not the answer. I do not agree with the crab fishers' proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And we'll go to Ron Kavanaugh next, followed by Dylan Bean.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Council, you got me this morning?
Yes, we do. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Ron Kavanaugh. Our family owns and operates 3 vessels out of Kodiak. Depend on cod, crab, salmon, and the processing sector. First, to touch off real quick, I've heard a lot of talk about with lack of product, we're going to lose processors. Just for a little bit of history, we've gone from 9 or 10 processors down to 3 processors, and that area has been open the whole time with product coming to town. There's stuff way above our control that's going to dictate how many processors are left. That's just a fact. That there's lots of stuff at play that we can't control. When I started Tanner fishing, we had Tanner crab from Cape Douglas to the Compass Rose on the Shellicouth side. We had Tanner crab from above Marmot Island down to the Compass Rose on the east side. Those crab started disappearing for who knows what reason. They retreated to basically the east side section, the southeast, and the Alatac section. That's pretty much what's left of the Tanner crab stocks. There's that's the major Tanner crab stock in the Gulf of Alaska. Everywhere else you have trace amounts here and there. That's why we're trying to protect these. We talk about habitat. That's the habitat for whatever reason they like, the mud, the sand, the silt. Those boxes, that was kind of where the best habitat appears to be. That's why those boxes are there, because that's where the crab like to be. I've heard we can put a fathom curve in and do this and that. And the fact is those crab crawl up and out of those and from one section to the other. We'll find crab up on the hard over by UGAT Island. You'll find crab up in the gravel. I mean, the crab kind of go where they want to go, as you've heard from testifiers on both sides. And it's just real important to try and, preserve that last piece of little real estate where, for whatever reason, they happen to thrive. I hear that they like to thrive because the predators were moved, and well, there's a little bit of, it seems like our big here.
Mr. Kavanaugh, apologies for interrupting. Your time is up. Wondering if you have a concluding statement, please.
If you take a look at the documents that I had attached, you can draw some lines there. I don't believe in coincidences, but if you look at the attached documents, that's all I have. And thanks for your time there. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Kavanaugh? Okay. Seeing none, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Dylan Bean is next, but he is not online. Go to Megan Williams, followed by Mike Shones.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
All right, thanks. My name is Megan Williams, and I am a fishery scientist with Ocean Conservancy. We would like to align with previous testifiers in calling for protections for Gulf of Alaska tanner crab by moving the discussion paper to analysis and initial review. Calls for tanner crab protections have been raised at the Council for decades, and based on the discussion paper at this meeting, the data and the information from Fisher's knowledge support that statistical areas 702 and 630 are disproportionately important to tanner crab ecology throughout their life history. These areas also support and provide for essential fishing grounds for the directed tanner crab fleets and local communities and tribes. And after listening to testimony and presentations, I think it's really important that we step back and appreciate that this action really affords the council and fishery managers the rare opportunity to be more proactive in providing protections for tanner crab and crab habitat and the fisheries and communities that rely on them. In the context of climate change, we often find ourselves sort of like flat-footed or needing to react to a shock in the system after the fact, such as with Pacific cod. And this measure is really forward-looking and thinking, and really will provide a conservation buffer for crab throughout their life cycle, including during these vulnerable molting and mating stages. Also, this action is consistent with precautionary EBSM, and that has really been one of the pillars of North Pacific fishery management. Habitat protections and limiting bottom contact time with the seafloor can be effective tools at promoting biodiversity and overall productivity, especially for vulnerable species like crab. There is research that shows that both static and dynamic closures can be important conservation tools to support sustainable fisheries, to support habitat, to support species diversity, and bycatch reductions. So we urge the AP and the Council to keep this action really focused on protecting tanner crab in these core areas in the Gulf. And sort of a process to evaluate sort of backward-looking existing closures, some established for other species or for different reasons, seems really outside the scope of this action. And I'll close there. We urge you to, again, move this forward into from a discussion paper to a full analysis and initial review. And thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you again.
Thank you.
So Mike Shones is next, but he is not online. So we'll go to Julie Bonnie and then Tyler Wilk.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair and members of the council, for the record, my name is Julie Bonney and I'm the Executive Director of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank. I've worked for the trawl catcher vessels and shoreside processors for more than 30 years. The Tanner crab protection measures is a Kodiak fishing issue with crab fishermen on one side and trawl fishermen on the other. Right now, all fishermen are fighting for their livelihoods due to the horrible state of the seafood markets. Quite frankly, everyone is going broke. My ask first would be to do an expanded discussion paper as outlined in the AP motion that focuses on defining the problem, providing the best available science to develop and remove crab closures, and provide better metrics that shows the importance of these two particular stat areas to the groundfish fleets. If the council chooses instead to launch a purpose and need instead of alternatives, my request is to not bifurcate the decision point of opening crab closure areas from the decision point of new closure areas. The paper clearly demonstrates that there is a problem with the present closures since there is very little, if any, crab in several of the closures. The Kodiak trawl fleet and shoreside processors have been on the receiving end of too many broken promises for future action. You are the present sitting council members, but cannot bind a future council nor guarantee that a future action will occur to resolve a fishery issue. Thus, the two issues need to be explicitly linked. I would note that the State of Alaska Bycatch Task Force recommended reviewing open and closed areas in the Gulf of Alaska for pelagic and non-pelagic trawl gear. This action, if doing both, would accomplish this recommendation for these set of closures. I'd also like to note that while there's been quite a bit of discussion about the KCAC proposal, we were not consulted until after the comment period was closed for the council or until after it was inked by the participants within the crab fishery. Thank you very much for your time. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bonnie. I want to ask, I'm understanding that, understanding your preferred recommendation, the AP substitute motion, but I want to ask about your recommendation should the council choose to go forward with a different action than what the AP recommended to, if it goes forward considering a new closure, that consideration of existing closures around Kodiak Island also be considered for modification or removal. And my question is, I understand that, but I've heard some concerns that an action to review existing closures is quite different and sort of takes different analytical levels. And so what process would you recommend the council goes through to review existing closures if it's included as part of an action with consideration of a new closure?
So basically, I think the question is, so you'd, first of all, the new closure and the old closure on a policy level are linked. So when you go down the road of setting up a new closure, you're going to have to come up with a goal or objective for that closure, and then come up with some kind of, so you'd have your overall objective, then goals that would be part of that to reach that objective, and then you'd use those goals to determine the metrics to see if the closure was successful. So when you look at the closures, you'd also need to go through and look at the public record to determine what the overall goal was for those closures, and then determine whether or not that goal was being made. So I think from a process point of view, they're the same. And so I'm hoping that both are included, because I think it will help develop a framework both for new closures and old closures, and give the council a good framework policy for reviewing crab closures in the Gulf of Alaska into the future. I would also note that there's some pretty good information for management strategy evaluations within the halibut framework that could be used for informing how you would develop your overarching goal, the objectives, and the metrics to determine whether or not the closures, old or new, are successful.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Not seeing any other questions. Tyler Wilk is the last testifier on our main list, and then I'll circle back to those who I missed this morning for a second call. So is Tyler online? Can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. My name's Tyler Wilkie. I've been a trawl fisherman in Kodiak for 10 years. 5 years before that, I crabbed and pot fished. I still crab in my off time. I'm not in favor of shutting these areas down to the trawl fleet. These areas are crucial to the fleet and the fish plants in Kodiak. The fleet does and continues to make improvements to keep bycatch very minimal. These areas accounted for 50 to 60% of my income last year, as it does most years. We rely heavily on these areas for pollock, cod, rockfish, sole, and black cod. The species we catch in these areas are also predators to the crab, so trawlers fishing this area helps protect the crab from being overran from the species we catch. Without these areas, me and the other trawl fishermen will struggle to provide for our families. These areas provide millions of pounds of product to Kodiak almost daily. They provide millions of pounds of food to the world. As a trawler and crabber, I do not support closing these areas. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Wilkie? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I have probably about 15 people I'm going to call from this morning online. This will be the second and last call.
I was getting nervous.
You did a great job, Tyler. So we'll go to Isaac Miller, followed by Jeremy Young. Can't see your screen. Are you searching for Isaac?
I made a list of the people who are online. You want to see it?
Yes, please. One moment, please. Can you close that box on our screen, please?
Yeah. Sorry, it's freezing. Those are the folks that are on.
Okay. So Isaac Miller, Jeremy Young are not online. So David O'Brien, followed by Aaron Nevin. I think David is online.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. My name's Dave O'Brien. I'm a member of KCAC. Kodiak Tanner permit holder. I consider myself part of the small boat fleet. I have a 50-foot seiner. I fish salmon, halibut, tanners, and jig. And the income provided from the tanner fishery in the last 5 years, since I've been a participant, has been a huge help in keeping my business afloat. There's only a limited amount of crab grounds out there for us to fish, and I think it's imperative to protect it. Let's get Kodiak back to the crab-rich environment that it once was. I support KCA's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Aaron Nevin is not online. We'll go to Robbie Harrington next. Robbie, please unmute yourself. We can see you online, but you'll need to press *6. Okay, looks like, did we lose him?
No, sorry, I typed.
Okay. Robbie, we're still seeing that you're not on mute. Can you please try to unmute yourself? There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name's Robert Harrington. Trawled in Kodiak for the last 16 years. I currently own a 95-foot trawler that's locally owned and fully dependent on the 2 stat areas in question. These 2 stat areas provide a substantial part of our gross income. My family, this town, and this business benefit from this area. There are multiple crab closures around Kodiak that do not work. We trawl for Kodiak or for pollock, cod, shallow water, and deep water flatfish in these stat areas, all of which eat crab and crab larvae. Between the crab closures and the sea lion rookeries and the 3-mile boundary line, we have very few places to trawl. I ask to keep both stat areas 525-630 and 525-702 open to all gear types. Thank you.
Thank you. See if there are any questions for Mr. Harrington. Seeing none, we'll go to Darren Platt, followed by Mike Clark. Do you think we have Darren online? Please unmute yourself, Darren. Can you please press *6, Darren? You're still not unmuted. Okay, well, because we can see you online, I'm going to just run through a couple more people and we'll circle back to you. Please contact our staff if you're having trouble. Thank you. So Mike Clark isn't online. Don Sitton. Freddie Christensen. I think he's online.
Am I on? Hello.
Hello.
My name's Mike Clark. I've been a Kodiak fisherman for the last 44 years on deck and run the Manea for the last 24 years. We are a tanner crab fishing boat. We pot cod from Kodiak to Bering Sea, Sandpoint, King Cove, Chignik. We do halibut, and we also can salmon fish. I am in support of the current proposal to protect the crab grounds on the east side, mostly because we don't have any other place to go. Once that's gone, it's gone. If we can't protect it, then we're done. So thank you, good morning, and Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Did you get that?
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Okay.
Not seeing any questions. Get quite the head start on Christmas, just like my parents. So we will go to Freddie Christensen next. Are you online, Freddie? Please unmute yourself. You
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes. Good morning.
Okay, okay. Shemai, hello, everybody. Madam Chair, council members. My name is Freddie Christensen, Old Harbor. I guess I'd just like to, add that this process is long overdue. We've been trying to get tanner crab protection for years, for a long, long time. And I think that our people will continue to advocate for that. 80% of the mature crab in the Kodiak area is in the two statistical areas identified in the analysis. Tanner crab, I've got a call here. I've got to reject it. And send to voicemail. Okay. Am I still on?
You are. Yep.
Okay. The tanner crab's currently on a downward trend. Likely no crab fishery in the next year or two, and possibly longer. The problem is that our tanner crab, the crab that spawn and live in a close area to Old Harbor, need protection. Our people know this and have been telling council this for 20 years. Don't lose sight of the goal with all the rest of the testimony you hear. The council failure to protect our tanner crab is just another illustration of failure of federal management and the need for co-management with the Kodiak Island tribes. I can tell you tribal people would not destroy tanner crab to catch arrowtooth flounder at a low value bottom fish. Our people have been, as you guys are aware, that we've been in attendance of these meetings for a long time. And all we're asking for is just a couple of areas to be protected for the tanner crab. We are the voice for the tanner crab. We are the voice to protect the tanner crab habitat area. And I think with that, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Seeing none, we'll move to Dave Kubiak. Please unmute yourself, Dave. Can you try *6, please? We're still not hearing you. Everything's clear on our end, Serena. Just give it one more moment, Dave. We'll have to move on if you can't unmute yourself. Okay. Well, it doesn't, I apologize. This doesn't look like it's working. Oh. There we go. Mr. Kubiak? You're back on mute. Okay, so let me go down the list here. Robert Carter.
Yeah, do you have him?
Yes, is this Robert?
Yeah, this is Robert.
Okay.
Yeah, my name's Robert Carter. I've been fishing Kodiak water since 1987. I'd like to start by addressing a couple of points being brought up. One is that the areas most heavily fished have the most crab. This is not due to trawling rescuing those crab from predation. It has to do with the gully and the currents creating rich habitat for the crab in the same way it's creating rich habitat for the flounder. So both are found in the same area. As a trawler pointed out earlier, this is a unique area, and it's especially unique in that it's the only area in the Gulf of Alaska with crab moving out of the bays in any appreciable numbers. To imply that the crab found in these areas is somehow due to the fishing by the trawl fleet is the very definition of a spurious correlation. The second point is that the areas previously closed have not seen crab populations rebound. As the ADF and G crab biologists pointed out in earlier discussions, those protections were not put in place until after the crab stocks had collapsed. I'd also mention that those protected areas still allow pelagic trawling. It's been shown that those nets do spend a lot of time on the bottom, more than previously thought. I'd also like to point out in 2020, our quota was 400,000 pounds, which is about 160,000 crab. That same year, trawlers caught over 500,000 crab, and 3 times what the directed fishery was allowed. We did not have a season in 2021. So asking, for the hundreds of captains and crews that this area be put under protection. I want to stress I'm not anti-trawler. I understand their importance to our processors and our community, but I feel that allowing trawling in these areas it's a case of wrong place, wrong time. It's just an important area to protect. It's the last bastion of crab in the Gulf of Alaska. We should be proactive in protecting this, not reactive after a collapse. So I'd ask that the council move this to initial review, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is Kevin, excuse me, Ms. Goen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was slow to the draw there. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Carter. You were speaking about the areas fished have rich habitat in the gullies. I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on that habitat in that area.
Well, if you look at the bathymetric, you can see it's a nice big gully. Typically those gullies is where fish, crab, everything like to congregate. And it gets the current rushing in from the deep. It's like I said, it's a rich habitat created for fish, crab, everything. And it's why the trawlers like to fish there. It's why the longliners like to fish there. It's why the crab like to be there, because it's rich habitat for them. And it's the bottom they like. It's the bottom that the flounder like. So that's about it.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. So we'll go to Kevin Avita next. Not seeing Kevin. Natasha Hayden.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, so my name is Natasha Hayden. I am representing the Kodiak Island Tribal Coalition. I attached our letter, so I'm going to just hit on a couple of the high points of our testimony. Our Kodiak Island Tribal Coalition is our 10 tribes of our community that have come together to advocate for the well-being and betterment of our people. Many of our tribal members are fishermen, and fisheries have been an essential part of our culture since recorded history. We encourage the council to review, upon review of the Channel Crab Protections White Paper, to develop an amendment package to protect Kodiak's remaining crab stocks by reducing trawl-related bycatch and mortality. A fundamental tribal value is to respect for our natural resources and to utilize our natural foods. Wasting eligible food is generally censured by our elders. With this in mind, Kodiak's tribal people have always sought to minimize waste associated with fisheries bycatch, and especially the discarding of bycatch and that is otherwise edible. The Kodiak area tanner crab are important subsistence and commercial food for our tribes. Not so long ago, tanner crab were available in abundance close to each of our rural communities. Now, as the white paper points out, Tanner crab abundance and distributions have declined significantly and are primarily available in the area north of and east of Old Harbor. We believe that one of the contributing factors to Tanner crab decline is hard on bottom trawl bycatch and mortality. While trawl bycatch may not be the primary reason for its decline, it is an increasingly important cause of Tanner crab mortality when stocks are low and consequently needs to be stopped in critical areas so that the stocks can rebuild. Your white paper shows that almost half of the mature Tanner crab biomass, both male and female, located in just 2 statistical areas that are included in this review. Tribal Coalition requests that the elements and options you develop from the review of the Tanner crab protections include options for year-round closures to hard on bottom trawling in both areas. With the Kodiak Tribal Coalition's concerns and comments in mind, we trust that the council will develop an amendment package to protect the Kodiak Tanner crab. We suggest that the package include options for year-round hard on bottom closures for statistical areas 52, 57, 20, and 52, 56, 30. Seasonally limited hard on bottom fishing in Tanner crab habitat outside of those statistical areas, and increased observer monitoring for all hard on bottom trawl fishing in proximity to the areas known Tanner abundance is shown in the white paper. And I am happy to answer any questions. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. If there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Hayden, for your testimony. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So you're suggesting to proceed with an initial review that includes these 2 stat areas for a year-round closure, but then you're also asking for an additional look at seasonal closures outside of these 2 stat areas in Tanner abundance. Did I get that right?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you very much for the question. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. That is correct. We are requesting year-round hard on bottom closures and then additional seasonal closures outside of that area, those 2 areas.
Thank you. I am not seeing any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks again. We go to Darius Kasperzak.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
The Alaska Chair, the Alaska Jig Association requests that that the council move the GOA Tanner crab protection discussion paper to initial review analysis. We request this action in order to establish protections for Tanner crab stocks around Kodiak Island from the impacts of federally managed groundfish fisheries. The Alaska Jig Association, AJA, is a community-based organization that serves as a marketing association for Alaskan jig fishermen and provides a unified advocacy platform. Many members of AJA participate in the Tanner crab fishery, vessel owners and operators, permit holders, and spouses. We sell a lot of crab off our boats community. We realize that crabbing is a historically significant fishery, well celebrated in the Kodiak archipelago communities. And we do realize that the areas in question, are important to the trawl sector. We recognize these as very rich areas. We don't believe that removal of predation is the cause for Tanner crab being only in those areas. Those gullies point to the east. There's a lot of upwelling in that area, which is good for everything from the plankton base on up. Those currents move all the way from India, taking hundreds of years. And it's just a very fertile grounds. And it's the only spot where our Tanner crab are left, where our historic crab fishery is left. We can't go anywhere else. So again, to reiterate, we ask that you move the discussion paper to initial review analysis. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thanks again. So we will move to Dylan Bean, followed by Mike Shones.
Hello, you got me?
Yes, hello.
Hi, my name's Dylan Bean. I'm a lifelong Kodiak resident and fisherman. Me and my family depend on all fisheries in Kodiak. I just wanted to point out I'm hearing that some of the other people saying that we depend on the ground fish getting removed for the crab to survive, but data shows that that's incorrect. And I also want to point out that the crab are going for the most vulnerable ground. The crab like the softest, muddiest bottom. Depth doesn't matter, and it's the most vulnerable to a net getting dragged across it. And I just wanted to point that out, that we got to protect this. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I think I told you I cannot.
Um, Thank you for your testimony. Mike Jones is next. I don't believe he's online. So I will circle back to Darren Platt and then David Kubiak. I saw them both online, but we're having issues with our audio. And that'll conclude public testimony. Is Darren still on? Okay. David Kubiak? Okay. David is no longer on either. So that concludes our public testimony on D2. We'll take our mid-morning break, come back at 10. We'll take an extended break to consider extensive public testimony. We'll come back at 10:45. If we need additional time, we will make a note on our website. 10:45, and we will see what the wishes of the council are at that time. Thank you. Are we on mute? Oh, I need to move mine too.
Okay.
That council members, members of the public, so we have just finished our public testimony on agenda item B2. And we've received staff presentation and our EP reports. What are the wishes of the council? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I believe staff have received.
We'll wait for that to be presented on screen. There it is.
The motion reads, the council adopts the following purpose and need statement and alternatives for analysis. Purpose and need. Crab is a prohibited species in the Gulf of Alaska groundfish fisheries, and the council has developed several time and area closures to minimize the impacts of groundfish fisheries on GOA crab. In recent years, new information about tanner crab biology and management resulted in modifications to the harvest strategy and management measures for the state-managed GOA-directed tanner crab fishery. The council is considering a new groundfish fishing area closure on the east side of Kodiak Island in areas known to have consistently high densities and abundance of tanner crab. The council is also considering a process to evaluate the effectiveness of existing groundfish fishery area closures around Kodiak Island, most of which were enacted in the late 1980s, to determine whether modifications are needed. Given the importance of crab and groundfish fisheries to the harvesting, processing, and support sectors in the community of Kodiak, the council intends to consider management actions that conserve and protect tanner crab while minimizing negative impacts on central GOA groundfish fisheries. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternatives 2 and 3 are not mutually exclusive. Alternative 2, closure area. Objectives for closure area: minimize groundfish fishery interactions with tanner crab in areas off the east side of Kodiak Island. 1, where high densities of tanner crab are known to occur. And 2, during life stages in which available information indicates that tanner crab are vulnerable to fishery interactions. The council intends to establish criteria and a timeline to review the effectiveness of the closure area. Element 1, closure area. Option 1, ADF&G statistical area 525702. Option 2, on the east side of Kodiak Island, federal waters north of 56 degrees, 54.6 minutes latitude, and 152 degrees, 16 minutes longitude. And there is a reference figure attached to the motion. Element 2, closure duration. Option 1, year-round. Option 2, seasonal. A, February 15th through June 15th, current type 2 closure dates. And B, April 1st through June 15th, directed tanner fishery closure date by regulation through the tanner crab survey start date. Element 3, gear type subject to closure. Option 1, groundfish pot and trawl, includes non-pelagic and pelagic gear. Option 2, non-pelagic trawl gear. Alternative 3, evaluate the existing Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area and all type 1, 2, and 3 closures around Kodiak Island for modification or removal. The council intends to review the objective of each existing crab protection area around Kodiak Island and biological fishery independent information available for the area and consider options for modifications or removal. With a second, I'll speak to the motion, Madam Chair.
I'll second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Schweif.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Before I speak to the individual alternatives and elements of the proposed motion, I just want to make a few opening comments just to acknowledge the high level of interest in this issue and express appreciation for the testimony that we received. And just a little bit of background on my thinking on this proposed motion. I really am trying to strike a balance between the pretty polarized views of the different interest groups involved. And as you all know, that's a challenging thing. I just want to reiterate a few basic points that I've tried to highlight in the purpose and need in terms of sort of the unique situation related to Gulf Tanner crab in relative to council managed groundfish fisheries. As a reminder, Gulf of Alaska Tanner crab is not in the council's FMP. And therefore, for our groundfish fisheries, our approaches perhaps to managing groundfish fishery interactions with Gulf Tanner crab are a bit different. Maybe they are in the Bering Sea. We don't have Tanner crab PSC limits in the Gulf of Alaska. And the council thus far, as we've been hearing about, has used time and area closures as for groundfish fisheries as essentially the primary way to manage groundfish fishery interactions. As you see in the proposed motion, I am suggesting that the council initiate analysis on this action rather than another discussion paper. I really feel like there is sufficient information in the 2 discussion papers that we've had thus far to date to move forward with an analysis. I understand the discussion papers do not provide all of the information that all participants affected by this potential action would like to see. But honestly, I carefully considered the AP substitute motion and just really took away that the level of information requested in that analysis, while certainly has merit, was more of an analytical level request. And so again, I think there is sufficient information to move forward to initiate an analysis. I also tried to reflect in the purpose and need and we've talked about here before at the council table with respect to this and other actions. I am not intending this action to be taking sides with one fishery or another. And Kodiak needs all of its fisheries right now. And again, I've really tried to balance the different perspectives on this difficult issue. So moving on to the proposed alternatives, Madam Chair. I am proposing, as I said, a consideration of a new closure area on the east side of Kodiak and in the areas that we've been talking about. I was very persuaded by the testimony that we received in the AP's discussions related to if the council is going to establish a new closure area, that it needs to identify goals and objectives for that area. And I have proposed specifically here for this new area that in my mind, what I see very clearly, and I'm convinced there's enough information to go forward in through the discussion paper and our testimony, is that I'm interested in pursuing consideration of a closure to minimize groundfish fishery actions for 2 reasons. In areas where high densities of Tanner crab are known to occur, I think we see that pretty clearly in the discussion paper heat maps and some of the other figures we were looking at. And 2, during life stages in which available information indicates that Tanner crab are vulnerable to fishery interactions. That is consistent with some of the existing closures that the council has implemented in order to protect not just Tanner crab, but other types, red king crab and other crab at vulnerable life stages. That's a consistent approach to closure areas that we have taken in the past. And I think we heard during the staff presentation that a lot has been learned about Tanner crab life stages and perhaps molting and mating, the reproductive cycle, particularly related to females. That seemed persuasive to me to make that an objective of the closure as well. I am putting here stated intent, which I understand there may be some questions about, but again, I found the public comment persuasive that if the council is going to consider a new closure area, we should establish criteria and a timeline to review the effectiveness of the closure. I think once we have, if this motion passes and if we have an analysis, a more thorough review of the information that is available about the areas of high densities of Tanner crab and the crab present in those areas and the different life stages throughout the year, then we will be in a better place the next time this comes back to us to establish those criteria and a potential timeline to review the effectiveness of the closure area. But I just wanted to highlight, I think that is an important element of this alternative. Element 1, the closure area, option 1, I am proposing ADF&G statistical area 525702 as one option. I think, again, the information in the discussion paper represents pretty clearly that a high proportion of the Tanner crab abundance that we're looking at that's concentrated in these areas is primarily found in area 525702. And again, trying to strike the balance in between the two perspectives and affected fishery participants here. I am also picking up option 2, what's been referred to as the refined closure area. That is a portion of area 525702 and also a strip of the northerly portion of 525630 in terms of work done by some crab stakeholders to take a look at, again, the information that we have about abundance of crab, both in the ADF&G survey and where crab are harvested in the directed Tanner crab fishery. I think that seems like a reasonable area to look at. And so have I highlighted those two areas in option 1 and option 2. I would note I'm very open to considering more refined areas or different areas that really home in on those high abundance, high density areas of crab. I just wasn't able to pinpoint any additional proposals at this time, but I'm certainly willing to think about those in the future or now if people have those suggestions. Element 2, the closure duration. I am proposing in option 1 a year-round closure. I think, again, speaking back to the objectives that I'm proposing for the closure, I think a year-round closure is warranted to look at because we heard in the staff presentation that it's not just the molting period in the late winter, early spring for Tanner crab in this area. Where the crab might be vulnerable, but Tanner crab females do have a unique reproductive cycle that is quite lengthy. And based on the information that we have there, I think it is worth considering a year-round closure, acknowledging the likely impacts that would have on the groundfish fishery. I certainly understand that we would need to balance that. I am including a couple of different options for a seasonal closure, again, understanding that there are different perspectives on the appropriate duration of a closure. I think because I've referenced earlier, I think looking at a closure is appropriate to protect Tanner crab at vulnerable life stages. I think, again, moving forward with an analysis would help us tease out a little bit more based on the current knowledge of Tanner crab biology, molting periods, reproductive periods, whether the appropriate consideration would be to mirror the current type 2 closure dates of February 15th through June 15th, or again, whether we might want to fine tune that a little bit to look at a seasonal closure of April 1st through June 15th, which lines up with the directed Tanner fishery closure dates in regulation through the Tanner crab survey start date, which we heard a little bit about in the staff presentation. Element 3, I have 2 options of the gear types that would be subject to a closure. Option 1 is essentially all groundfish gear that operate in the areas that we're talking about, groundfish pot and trawl, both non-pelagic and pelagic gear, and the rationale for that is, again, if one of the objectives of thinking about a new closure area is to protect Tanner crab at vulnerable life stages, I think it is reasonable to consider minimizing impacts from all fishing gear. That is part of the reason why the directed fishery closes at a certain time, is to avoid Tanner crab at vulnerable life stages. And it's also my understanding that ADF&G times the Tanner crab survey around those vulnerable life stages as well. And so I think evaluating a potential closure for all groundfish fishery gear is reasonable. I've included option 2, a groundfish fishery closure applicable to non-pelagic trawl gear, because I did listen carefully to the testimony, and it seemed like there was a lot of concern potentially about the impacts, particularly of non-pelagic trawl gear on tanner crab, again, at vulnerable life stages particularly, and so included that as a standalone option under element 3. Moving on to alternative 3, I am suggesting that the council evaluate the existing Marmot Bay Tanner Crab Protection Area and all type 1, 2, and 3 closures around Kodiak Island for modification or removal. Again, I was persuaded by the comment that we heard and the AP discussion that this is an important component of considering our Gulf of Alaska Tanner Crab management and interactions with our groundfish fisheries comprehensively. I understand that this is a slightly different type of action perhaps than alternative 2, and that we'll probably need to flesh some things out the next time we see this analysis. But I would also note that an important part of this evaluation, as I've tried to specify here, is that the council intends to review the objective of each existing crab protection area around Kodiak Island and the available information, which in my mind at this point includes biological, fishery independent, and dependent information as applicable, to consider options for modifications or removal of the existing closures. And part of that process in my mind, much like I'm proposing for a potential new closure in alternative 2, would include, after reviewing available information, specification of criteria with which to evaluate whether to modify or remove the existing closures, and a potential timeline for the council to periodically review those closures or consider whether modifications are appropriate. And I believe I'll stop there, Madam Chair, and I can take any questions.
Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Twain.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Baker, for your motion. In speaking to it relative to the choices between 2 different closure area options, you mentioned that you were open to consideration of different closure area proposals. But I don't see how within the structure of this motion and then the analysis that gets kicked off, I don't see exactly how that fits in. How were you sort of visualizing that might kick in? And then secondly, associated with that, where were you thinking those suggestions might come from?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite, for the questions. I think because of the process that we go through and the fact that the staff have to use the council motion as the basis for an analysis, should this pass, unless another council member has a specific amendment to add to this motion for another area to consider as part of a closure area, I would think the next opportunity for the council to consider a different area for a new closure would be from industry and public comments on the next version of the analysis. And we can always consider those when we take it up the next time.
Thanks. And sort of as a corollary to that, would you anticipate that ADF&G management staff would maybe also be involved in consideration of any alternatives, so that if and when they come to us, we have a sense of that they've had some data and some science consideration as part of that, or are you expecting that all that would happen then once we got them? And apologies for that. There's a whole lot of if-thens in that question, and I didn't mean to do quite that to you, but.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Toy. I do appreciate the question, and I can't. While I of course have been in communication with and very much appreciate our regional staff in Kodiak, my impression is that to date they have been willing and able to meet with different stakeholder groups to ask questions about what data ADF&G has in terms of survey data that's available, fishery data that's available, and sort of talk through what is known about that data and just the directed management of the fishery and what is known about crab biology. And I would anticipate their availability to continue doing that.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. Just a question under alternative 3, and I realize you described it there as being somewhat open a little bit because of the nature of it, but do you see at the end, potentially at the end of the day, after some of the review that what form it takes, who knows, but after we get done doing some of the review, do you envision the potential for the possibility that we might make some changes to those areas? I mean, under this, in this timeline, I guess that's what I'm asking. With alternative 3 there, do you believe it'll fit or could fit within the existing timeline that we're going to take this whole motion under? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Williams, for the question. It does. And I have spent a fair bit of time thinking about that. And clearly we heard different perspectives and testimony about that and from the advisory panel. The short answer is I think it could fit within the same timeline, but without knowing exactly what information is available to evaluate the current closures, I am hesitant to say with absolute certainty that these things would move on the same timeline. I think, but I think we'll be under sort of the same, we'll need to do the same exercise should this motion pass and alternative 2 pass and we look at a new closure. It's kind of the same process. And so my hope is that they could move together. I feel like that was an important policy decision to put forward in this motion is 2 things I heard very clearly from both sides of this issue. There are different opinions about whether they should move together, but I just wanted to acknowledge the importance of both of these proposed actions. I think to moving this action forward. And so I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of specificity, but I would hope they could move together, but I think we'll just have to see.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker, and through the chair. A little bit similar question for alternative 3. You specifically asked for biological fishery dependent independent information. I assume under alternative 2, where you provided some intent language to establish criteria and a timeline to review effectiveness of the new closure area, is it your expectation we would also see kind of what similar level of data are available in order to then establish criteria when we get this back at initial review, so that that's not also a lagging action, but something we could have information in order to inform options similar to what we heard in public testimony the next time we see the analysis?
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the question. That's a very helpful clarification. The short answer is yes. And I think it is critical for the council to establish evaluation criteria that are measurable with the information that we have. And maybe measurable isn't the best word, but that are actually supported by information that we do have. I think some of the criticisms we've heard about existing closures are that potentially the closure objectives were defined in somewhat aspirational terms and maybe couldn't be tied to direct information supporting it. And so I'm trying to be as clear as I can and appreciate your clarifying question, Ms. Kimball, that yes, I would expect, similar to what I'm proposing in alternative 3, that the process for establishing criteria and a timeline to review the effectiveness of a new closure area in alternative 2 would be based on available biological, fishery independent and dependent information as it applies.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, and thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. I have a couple of questions. I'll start with alternative 2, element 1. You spoke to your thoughts on statistical area 525-630, but I'm thinking to other testimony we heard about potentially seasonal closures outside of those stat areas, but around them. So is your thought that that could be included in the future if that's shown in this round of analysis, that might also be important areas?
Thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question. This motion in my mind, yeah, directly flows from the information we had in our discussion paper and of course, the extensive public comment that we received. Again, I tried to balance all of that, and that's reflected in these two options. I think, as I mentioned earlier, in speaking to the motion and in response to Mr. Twite's question, I think as we would always do through the council process, if information in the analysis supports consideration of different different closure areas, the council certainly can and should consider that at initial review or whenever that information becomes available.
Thank you. And second question is under alternative 2, element 3 on the gear types. I'm curious if you can speak to why mobile trawl gear or trawl is not its own option. What I mean is non-pelagic and pelagic trawl together as its own option is not included, given that I think my understanding of Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries is sometimes there's combined trips with those gears.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question. Again, in reviewing the discussion paper in front of us, actually the options I'm proposing for this element 3 gear types really flow directly from the gear specific information that we have, the groundfish fishery gear specific information impacts on Tanner crab, and that's largely the metric we have is PSC. And so with the information I was looking at with the tables that we had, groundfish pot and pelagic trawl gear, for example, had about the same levels of PSC. And so I didn't see a reason to call out just pelagic trawl and non-pelagic trawl, for example. The two main points that I heard most clearly among testifiers supporting a closure was that there should be a closure, an extensive closure to protect vulnerable crab. And so I've included all groundfish gear to cover that. And that is option 1. And then probably the second most common support I heard for protecting crab was for non-pelagic trawl gear. And so I just didn't see a reason for a trawl only option in this based on the information that I saw in the paper in terms of what we know about groundfish fishing gear impacts on Tanner crab.
For that, and I think I just have one final question on the purpose and need. I'm curious, I don't see any mention of habitat in your purpose and need, and in looking at all the other state closures for Tanner crab, it notes that those closures are for crab and crab habitat. So I'm wondering if you could speak to why habitat's not included.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. I think, and this is a difficult one. I know we hear a lot about this in public comment. I wasn't aware, and again, we are at just the discussion paper phase, and I'm suggesting we move into an analysis and get more information of information about specific habitat features in these areas that we are looking at to identify habitat protection as a clear objective at this time. I think it's possible we might be able to consider that in the future if there is information about particular areas within these areas we're looking at, or if we're looking at more refined areas. But I just, at this point in time, I felt like that if we're actually looking at establishing measurable objectives with criteria that we can develop that point to available information, I wasn't comfortable at this stage being able to point to specific information about unique habitat within these areas.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and apologies, through the chair, I might have misunderstood your response to Ms. Goins' first question, so I just wanted to clarify. I think while we know we will receive data as a result of this analysis, just like we did in the discussion paper, to help understand what are important areas that might be a preferred closure area. We're not asking staff to analyze a closure area outside in your motion of option 1 and option 2. We're not asking them to come up with different areas. I feel like that's a little ambiguous, and I don't want to set expectations such that staff would come up with other things outside of what's directed in this motion. So I just wanted to clarify, Ms. Baker, your intent there, and that while we may get data that would help support that coming from industry or Tanner Crab folks in the future, we're not asking for an analysis outside of these options at this point.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. That's correct. No, I'm sorry if I implied that that was the case. I would be directing the analysis if this motion passes to focus on these areas.
Thank you. It was probably my misunderstanding. Thanks.
And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Baker, the aspect of the motion as you read through it that sort of most concerned me was option 1 under element 2, the year-round. And I wondered if you were thinking that the analysis would look at the potential impacts of a year-round closure treat for both option 1 and option 2 in your closure area, your element 1. And the reason I'm asking about that is it seems like we already have from previous looks at this a pretty clear idea that there is a high economic impact from a year-round closure of the whole statistical area to the community of Kodiak, to the harvesting and processing sectors. And certainly we've heard that again in public testimony at this meeting that remains likely. So I heard your description that you thought the contrast was important between year-round and seasonal, but I'm wondering if just for the sake of streamlining this, do we really need to revisit that? And I guess the other reason I'm asking is I think we've heard from a fair number of harvesters that from their perspective, that's really a draconian impact to them personally. And I think it may make, it has the potential for really sort of escalating the debate around this particular issue. So I'm flagging it for both of those reasons, particularly as it applies to option 1 under element 1.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite, for the question, and appreciate your remarks there. I do understand and think we have a pretty good understanding of the really negative effects on the groundfish fisheries that a year-round closure of the areas I'm proposing would have. But I am including it, suggesting that it be included for analysis, because I am balancing that again with the information that I feel like was also presented to us during the staff presentation for this issue in terms of the need to protect Tanner crab in these very unique areas where the Tanner crab are in very high density and perhaps not found in many or any other places anymore. This seems to be one of the last remaining areas for the Tanner crab in the Gulf of Alaska, and that both juvenile and mature and legal males are found in these unique areas, and there seems to be, based on known Tanner crab biology, very important, of course, molting cycles, which we're aware of, but also pretty complex reproductive cycles that I really think we need to understand a little bit more in terms of crafting a closure. And so, yes, I understand the really strong opposition to, and understanding the strong opposition to, a year-round closure. But at this point, I'm trying to balance the Tanner crab biology and my concern about protecting Tanner crab in that regard with the acknowledged negative economic impacts. And I felt like this was a way to do that.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Baker, for your motion and the helpful exchange with other council members to clarify some issues. I'd like to just return to alternative 3 and thinking about your exchanges with Mr. Williams and Ms. Kimball. And I hope my question here won't be redundant there, but I'm trying to think in my own mind what we would expect to come back from staff in the analysis for alternative 3. And from your earlier clarifications, it was helpful to shed some light on kind of criteria for reopening areas. But under alternative 3, you haven't provided, for example, different elements or sub-options for different possibilities for areas reopening or that sort of thing. So I wonder if you could just clarify a little bit sort of what your expectations are for what staff would do in looking at alternative 3.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Curlin, for that question. I appreciate it. I think for the next version of this analysis, if the motion passes, the things that would be reasonable to expect staff to provide are the 2 things I've laid out here, essentially. And actually some of the work I think is already done in the current discussion paper regarding what we know about the council's stated objectives for the existing crab protection areas. I believe there's a table in the current discussion paper that essentially lays that out. And then I guess the second thing I would be asking staff to help us understand is what biological, fishery independent, and dependent information is available to help us consider whether to define elements and options for modifications or removal to those specific areas. It's not, I think it's hard to know what information is available. I think we heard, there's a fair number of closures. And so some of those areas ADF&G does or does not survey. There's some types of fishing authorized in those areas, and just getting a clear sense of what information is available relative to the established objectives that the council stated were its purpose when it originally established the closure areas. It would give us a sense. We may not be able to, establish really solid criteria with the available data. And so what do we do at that point? I think we have to make sort of a policy decision about a process we would undergo to consider whether modifications or removal are appropriate. So I recognize the lack of detail and the challenge that we have, but I think staff can bring back some data to help us move along in that process. And I don't think it necessarily needs to be particularly lengthy or drawn out. It's just, I don't know, because these areas have been closed for quite some time. I'm not quite sure what information is available, and we didn't necessarily have that in the discussion paper. So I'm asking for that to be brought back.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may just follow up. I guess what I take from that in part is that you would not be expecting staff at this point to come back with, for instance, details on environmental impacts or economic impacts of reopening these areas at this stage, that might be a subsequent iteration based on the information you just described. Is that right?
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Curlin, that's correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the motion? Any amendments? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have an amendment to offer, and the motion just went away. Adding language to option 1 of element 2, a parenthetical comment that would read, parentheses, applies only to option 2 of element 1. And with the second, I can speak with the amendment.
Second, Vanderhoven.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Twite.
Thanks. I think just in my question to Ms. Baker, I provided a lot of the logic for my concern about applying year-round. I did, as I listened to Ms. Baker's, both her answer to my question, but also just as in her initial overview, I understood some value in having year-round, both for some contrast, but also, as she explained in some more detail, that there's some aspects of Tanner biology that make it, I think, important for us to continue to look at it. But as I listened to her explanation, it seemed to me to apply best to those concentration areas that she's provided one way of focusing on in her option 2 of element 1. I think at this point, just also to streamline this analysis some, I really do think we've got the information at hand already to let us know that a year-round closure of option 1 for some fairly speculative benefits clearly has a very significant negative impact to the economy of Kodiak as a community. And I'm just not sure it's worth spending any further time on. And I think it's not worth the potential conflict that I think it would continue to engender among the folks who are most affected by this action overall. So for both of those reasons, I think we still get some utility out of understanding the impact of a year-round, even if by only applying it to option 2. And we avoid both the work and the conflict involved in repaving, retreading ground that we've tread several times already as a council.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there questions on the amendment? Any comments on the amendment? Ms. Goen?
Thank you. I will not be supporting this amendment. I'll just remind us that we're at the initial review stage, and so our point here is to make sure we've got a reasonable range of alternatives that meets the purpose and need. I think we need to look at what the data shows for a year-round closure for both of the options under element 1. I don't think this is the appropriate time to be narrowing without that information in front of us. Thanks.
And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I have similar comments. I am not going to be able to support the amendment, although I understand the rationale. I think given the concerns that we've heard about Tanner crab and in these particular areas, I'm not going to be supporting it.
Thank you. And Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to be supporting it. I feel like even though it's a relatively short motion, this is going to be a really big and potentially unwieldy analysis, and listening to answers to questions about additional proposals coming forward at initial review and the stuff under alternative 3, I'm starting to feel like we could be looking at multiple initial reviews, which I think is just unrealistic. And I agree with Mr. Twite that we have a pretty good handle on what that would look like without the amendment. And as he noted, we'll get a flavor for some of that as well under the other option. So I will be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion to amend. I just want to align myself with the comments of Ms. Goen and Ms. Baker, and say that I think that not adding this helps us better meet the reasonable alternatives. So I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Not seeing any other hands up, we'll call a roll call on the amendment.
On the roll on the amendment to modify the language for option 1, element 2. All right.
Yep. Yep.
Sure, element 2.
Sure.
Mr. Ritchie.
No.
Mr. Sukata.
No.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
No.
Ms. Goen.
No.
Ms. Kimball.
No.
Mr. Kurland.
No.
Mr. Moeller.
No.
Ms. Drobnika.
No.
Motion fails. 3, 2, 8.
Thank you. Any further amendments? Ms. Goen.
Thank you. I would also like to propose an amendment under element 2 there. Oh, sorry, under element 1. So to add a new option 2, to change option 2 to option 3. Sorry, we're under element 1.
Element 1.
And the new option would read, new option 2 would read ADF&G statistical areas 525702 and 525630. And with the second, I can speak to it.
That amendment does not have a second. Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Did someone second? I'll second it if no one has seconded it yet.
Mr. Ritchie, please be more timely in the future. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm having a little trouble.
Thanks for the second, Mr. Ritchie. Similar to what we talked about under the other amendment, I think at this initial review stage, it's our responsibility to make sure we have a reasonable range of alternatives to meet the purpose and need. We saw in the discussion paper that this area 525630 is an important area for Tanner crab as well. It's not as important as 702 for the mature males, but it's more important for the juveniles. You can see in table 2 that it had a higher percent for juveniles than area 525702. So if part of what we're looking at is trying to look at all life stages here for this important area for Tanner crab, I think that we need to have this in the analysis at this stage in initial review to get the data on that area and better understand the importance of it.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? Okay. Any comments on the amendment? Mr. Twite.
Appreciate the point about reasonable range of alternatives, but we don't have to each time we visit a subject, we don't have to revisit all of the alternatives that we have reviewed earlier, unless there's significant new information that would cause us to change our conclusions previously. And we've looked at combining both of those areas into a single closure area previously a couple of times, and concluded each time that we did not want to take it any further based on the initial information that we saw. And there's, at least in my mind, there's no new information this time. Reference my comments on my failed amendment. They're magnified here. We've dramatically demonstrated with previous looks at this, the very large economic impacts that would occur to the community of Kodiak if we had both of these, particularly if they're both year-round closures. And both times the councils then have decided that the benefits were fairly speculative and the economic impacts were very real and very measurable. There's nothing in the material we have in front of us this time around that would change that. So I don't see where this is, based on our previous looks, where this fits within the reasonable range of alternatives. We've already discarded it previously as an unreasonable alternative.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I share many of the perspectives that Mr. Twite just conveyed, but I guess I would also say, again, in putting the options forward for this motion, I did try to strike a balance, again, in both protecting Tanner crab, but minimizing negative impacts to the groundfish fisheries. And I do recall, again, looking at the heat maps in terms of where we might be able to draw a new closure area that balances those two things in an effective way. It does not include 525630. And so I did think about that specifically and won't be able to support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Baker and Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Goen, for the motion to amend. Yeah, I'm thankful to hear the argument. I wanted to talk about 525630 on here, but I do think that I align with the comments of Mr. Twite and Ms. Baker, and I think that element 1, option 2 does, in my view, capture the majority of the crab that we're looking to protect here. So I will be opposing the motion to amend. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, we'll do a roll call on the amendment to include a new option 2 under element 1. Thank you.
All roll on the amendment. Mr. Sakata?
No.
Mr. Twite?
No.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Ms. Baker?
No.
Ms. Goen?
Ms. Goen.
Ms. Goen?
Oh, I said yes, sorry.
Ms. Kimball?
No.
Mr. Kurland?
No.
Mr. Moeller?
No.
Mr. Ritchie?
No.
Ms. Drobnica?
No.
Motion fails 1 to 10.
Any further amendments? Ms. Goen.
Try a different one here. This amendment is on alternative 3. So I would move to strike alternative 3, and with a second, I'll speak to it.
That amendment does not have a second. Thank you, Ms. Goen.
Thank you.
Any further amendments? Any comments on the main motion? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I really appreciate the work that you put into it, trying to balance the competing opinions on where we are and how we should proceed forward. I agree with your comments as speaking to the motion that the AP motion we got really was much more, the kind of information being requested was much more analysis than the kind of data request we would normally get in a discussion paper. And as much as I hate the idea of doing one more discussion paper on this, I'm compelled to do that. I'm pretty intrigued by the portion of the AP motion, several of the bullets under the importance of statistical areas 525702 and 525630. And I'm particularly interested in getting a better grasp on the interannual variability, especially for such a cyclical stock that we're looking at with Tanner crab in the Gulf. And as we're looking at implementing static closures, I'd like to have a better understanding before moving to an analysis there. I'm also concerned that we've got the KCAC proposal in the motion. We didn't receive one from industry because we heard from them they felt like they needed more information. I think with indicating where we're likely to be looking for an analysis. I think whenever the next discussion paper did come back, we would be likely to get an industry response from that with their proposal. And so those are the primary reasons that, as much as I appreciate the motion, I'm not going to support it at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll keep this brief. Thanks to Ms. Baker again for the motion. You indicated a couple of times, maybe more than a couple in speaking to it, your attempt to strike a balance between various fisheries and participants, which is not an easy thing to do with this issue. And I think your motion strikes that balance very well in laying out the parameters for an analysis. So I'll be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin and Mr. Toit.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I seconded it not because I am a fan of those particular options under those elements, but I came to a different conclusion than Ms. Vanderhoven came to when I looked at what might move us along best. And I think at this point, moving into a bit more of actual analysis structure with some concrete alternatives and a purpose and need statement is probably the best forum for trying to encourage some continued work on honing a solution that really does recognize that the Kodiak economy really needs all these fisheries, and as a result, as a council, it's our role to make sure that we're applying the same level of precautionary management to crab that we are to groundfish. Using different tools, obviously, and I'm not convinced we're there yet. And I think that at least the structure of this gives us an opportunity to continue to take a look for that balance. So I do want to make it clear, though, that I don't necessarily endorse, nor would I end up, if these don't change, I'm not at all sure I'd end up supporting them at the end, but I do support the structure that Ms. Baker has provided here for continued work on this. So I thank her for that.
Thank you, Mr. Toit and Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I will be supporting the motion primarily because it's an analysis that I hope will further enlighten not only the council, but also the public. Ms. Baker's motion has a range of alternatives. I think these alternatives are responsive to public comments, including the evaluating of existing Tanner crab protection closures around Kodiak for either modification or removal. And lastly, Madam Chair, my support for this motion is similar to Mr. Twite's. I don't want it to be misinterpreted as my lack of support for the trawl sector nor the community of Kodiak. And I fully recognize the health of Kodiak depends on multiple fisheries. So thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will also be supporting the motion, even though my attempts at amendments failed. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Baker. As others have commented too, we all recognize that Kodiak needs all of its fisheries. We need to find ways to strike a balance here, and I think this motion is attempting to do that. We heard from both Tanner crab fishermen and from trawlers the reliance in this area, and our job is to make sure we find a way to balance all of that. So I want to make that clear. I heard comments about the trawl industry's economic reliance on this area, and I'm not seeing that in the data in Table 6. I did hear that there's interest in getting more resolution on catcher vessels versus catcher processors, so I look for that data in the next round of the analysis. We did hear it in testimony that certain vessels rely on that area, but the data is not showing it in what we have in front of us yet. Also, speaking quickly to habitat, I'm really interested to see in this next round of analysis what comes out regarding habitat and its importance for the crab in this area. Just noting that crab is a benthic species, it's intrinsically tied to the habitat. So it's different than some of the finfish species in that regard, and I think we need to think about it a little differently. I also note that pulling habitat into an analysis like this aligns with our ecosystem-based fisheries management policies. The piece of this motion on other areas, I think it's really good to look at that. I think it's time to take a hard look at that. I personally thought it should be in a separate action, but I do support taking a hard look at these other areas. I think the piece where we need some more expertise is developing these metrics around how do we measure success. I know from Marmot Bay, they had in the Federal Register notice for that action what would be needed to consider changing, opening that area up, but I don't know if we have that information for all the areas. So I think we need experts involved in helping develop those metrics, and I think that's going to take quite a bit of time. Finally, I just wanted to note that I'm interested in seeing more collaboration between the crabbers and the trawlers as we move through this action. I know it is, it's bringing up intense feelings, and people rely on these fisheries, so that's understandable, but I really want to encourage more collaboration as we move forward so we can try and find workable solutions for everybody. And I'll be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thanks, Ms. Goen, and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one's a difficult one for me. I'm going to support the motion, but like Mr. Twite, it doesn't mean that down the road, depending upon what we see, I'm not convinced that at the end of the day, I will be able to support. Just depends on what we come up with. It struck me as I listened to the testimony we had, the ample testimony we had, how similar both fishery sectors sounded. You could almost interchange at times about the importance of this area. You could just exchange what one person said who was a crabber and one person said who was a trawl advocate. They were using almost the identical words for the importance of this area. And I think Ms. Baker's motion really did a good job of trying to do that balance. She mentioned those words several times, and I believe we are at a point where going to the initial review and analysis, I think we're going to find some things out that may help us make some good decisions. I do think that at least in the questions when we asked Ms. Baker about whether there were a range of potential outcomes or options, if you will, I hope that those ranges are available to us as we look at elements 1, elements 2, and elements 3. I am glad that I share the concern that Mr. Twite has said about the year-round closures. I don't think there's any question of the fact that we are looking at something here that has already been evaluated, and the impact of year-round closures would be detrimental, possibly to both sectors. And finally, I very much appreciate the inclusion of element 3 to evaluate the existing closures that we have in front of us. Make sure I got that right. Subject closure, yeah. Anyway, I appreciate that the element 3 is there, and down on to, was there an element 4? Am I missing it? My machine went dead on me. Anyway, the bottom line is to look at the possibility of reopening or evaluating the existing closures that have been there for some time. I think that's an important element. I hope it stays linked. I know I've heard the discussion that it maybe should be a separate element and be evaluated separately, but I hope that it will stay linked here, such that in the end of the day, if and when we do make some decisions, we can include some of those evaluations and possibly some of those decisions in this particular element of the proposal. So with all of that, I am going to support the motion with some challenges in my mind, but I'm going to support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll also try to be brief. I do appreciate the motion and I will support it. And maybe just to add to other council members' comments, I'm not supporting it because I think the paper showed the groundfish fisheries are having a significant impact on this area. I think I'm supporting it for evaluation because I think the paper did and testimony show that this is a pretty unique area in terms of tanner crab abundance and density, and in an area in which crab really aren't moving, and potentially we would be protecting them in times in which they're most vulnerable, and that is up for debate when those times are, but that's something we'd see back in the analysis. So I think while this could be a big effort, I think we're focusing in, honing in on the things that are important. I think that's what Ms. Baker's motion does. Like other council members noted, I'm also supportive of looking at this effort to look at existing closures that have been in place for 30 some years, some of which we've got evidence in this existing discussion paper that really there are little to no crab in those areas. And we just have got, not just from stakeholders, but from our SSC and others, a lot of critique for looking at and keeping on with fixed area closures. Mainly because they don't change with changing conditions. And that criticism is really warranted. I think we review our laps as required by Magnuson. We review our allocations as required by the agency, but we never go back and look at any of these areas and ensure that they're effective. And not just for removal, but modification, move them, change the gear type, something like that. Make changes based on gear technology that we've seen change over time. So I do appreciate that that's added in the motion. I really hope that folks think about that and that it doesn't reduce any support for looking at this through an analysis, because I think that would be unfortunate. We'd be really missing an opportunity not to at least start that process. So I appreciate the motion. I do want to echo the comments of other council members about how important tanner crab, groundfish, salmon, all of these fisheries are to the community of Kodiak. And I hope what this analysis could do is not bring more divisiveness, but bring some collaboration on how to work through what we've established as an issue for the council. I also wanted to say that the quality of the testimony, even though people were only given 2 minutes as individuals, I thought it was really excellent. A lot fewer questions from council members and the level of engagement with council members wasn't the same as normal. But I hope folks understand that was really just based on the time constraints in order to hear everybody and get through this issue today, especially for those new folks that participated. Just they provided a lot of value in 2 minutes. And I just wanted to express my thanks as a council member for staying on with the process and testifying. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gimbel. And Mr. Sukata.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I will be supporting it. My initial concerns were some along the lines of what Ms. Vanderhoven had mentioned, that there is obviously kind of two separate parties here arguing for different outcomes. I was somewhat concerned that the one from the crab side was included, but then I quickly realized that, you know, alternative one is basically no action, which would be very similar to what I'm sure the trawl folks are looking for. So I believe that currently this motion does provide a wide enough range of analysis. And I'm always up for new information and better information, although I do have concerns for staff time. So I'll just close with that, saying I'm in support.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. And Mr. Williams, is that a legacy hand?
Yes, I just needed to, I wanted to thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify, my computer came back on, and I wanted to clarify that my last comments there were specific to alternative 3, evaluating the existing closure areas. I think that was probably obvious, but I thought it probably appropriate that I clarify that they were alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. I would also like to express appreciation to all the members of the public who provided a very informative testimony. I will align myself with other council members' support for this action moving forward. Due to the unique characteristics of the areas that we're going to be looking at and the high presence of crab, not necessarily because we have any indication of impacts from the groundfish fisheries at this point. I think the motion includes a lot of important elements, allowing us to look at discrete areas and temporal and spatial components, and also agree that an evaluation of existing closed areas, conversation about the criteria that we're using to develop new areas, as well as assess the efficacy of our existing closures, is something that I'm very much looking forward to as we move through this action. So thank you again, Ms. Speaker. And with that, I think we're ready. We'll need a roll call on this action or on this motion.
Okay, calling the roll on the unamended main motion. Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
No.
Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Yo. Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Goen?
Yes.
Ms. Kimball?
Yes.
Mr. Kurland?
Yes.
Mr. Moeller?
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie?
Yes.
Mr. Sukata?
Yes.
And Ms. Dropnika?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
That concludes our B2 agenda item. We are at a good breaking spot, I think, for lunch right now. We will come back at 1 p.m. and begin our discussion on staff tasking. So see you after lunch, everyone. Thank you. Well, hopefully we don't have to go that extreme. Sorry.
Hold on, audience phone.
No, sorry. Oh, sorry, there.
Back from lunch, everyone. So we will be beginning our discussion this afternoon with completing our discussion this afternoon with staff tasking. So we have Ms. Evans here to start us off.
Good morning, members of the council, Diana Evans, council staff, and pull up the presentation here. Be a fairly brief intro. Okay, so under this agenda item, as usual, you have issues relating to committees and advisory groups, issues relating to tasking and scheduling, and opportunity for new business. So specifically with respect to the committees and advisory groups, the second page, you have a couple of different actions that you might take under staff tasking. There's some vacancies that were announced in the last at the December council meeting, or since the December council meeting, for the Charter Halibut Management Committee, the IFQ Committee, and the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee groups. So those, just noting that those vacancies might be right for appointment. The second issue relating to committees is related to terms of reference. You may recall the discussion, I think sometime last year, the council asked for all of your council committees to look through the terms of reference, or for those that did not have a terms of reference, to develop one so we can have that formal process in place for all, identified for all of our committees. The IFQ and the Enforcement Committee have met since then, and drafts that the committees have approved are posted for their recommendation of those terms of reference or changes to those terms of reference as appropriate. Obviously, that is an option for the council to review, and if you decide to approve them or to revise them, see fit. There's also a memo, separate memo posted on the Ecosystem Committee. You had a conversation about looking to reconstitute that committee and provided some direction as to how you might think about that. Staff put a memo together on that, and I'll have a separate slide on that in just a moment. Couple other items that are posted. There's a scallop plain team report posted. No council action is required. You're in a biennial system now in terms of taking actions on setting harvest specifications for scallops off here, but just making you aware that that plain team did meet and had an informational discussion. And then your finance committee met, and there'll be a slide on those recommendations as well. So starting with the ecosystem committee, there was in response to a council discussion, staff put together this memo on a standing ecosystem and climate committee proposal with a broader focus than the ecosystem committee has taken in the past, reflective of the council's current interest in projects. That committee did not have a formal terms of reference, and so this a draft was put together identifying the purpose of the committee to review, advise, and discuss ecosystem and climate related issues as directed by the council, noting that this is also responsive to the climate change task force recommendation to have such a review body for information in the council process. The memo identifies what potential tasking for that committee might be in the short term, some initial tasking, looking at the IRA climate readiness planning and projects that the council has underway, the implementation of the council's climate resilience work plan that you adopted last December, development of a programmatic evaluation. Obviously, you've had some further development on that action at this meeting. That was what the staff had identified in the memo put forward. And then emerging issues as needed, EFH reviews, Arctic, if there's guidance from the national level with respect to ecosystem-based fishery management. So that information is in your in that memo, and the council can choose to take action if they choose. Moving on to the Finance Committee report. Finance Committee met on March 27th, and they discussed the status of council finances and contingency planning scenarios should there be a reduction in funding. And there's several recommendations that I'm just capturing briefly here, summarizing here. One was to remove February dates from all future scheduling. We've already talked as a council about trying to move away from holding the February meeting, but this would be a more decisive way. We still have a placeholder on the February dates on the agenda for at least a virtual meeting. We would be removing all of that. If needed, based on funding There was a proposal discussed for moving to a cycle of one on, one off, in-person and virtual meetings, if budget requires. There's a commitment to recommended commitment that the council hold all in-person meetings that aren't yet contracted at the least expensive venue. This is likely to be in Anchorage. We generally find that most of our meetings are cheaper in Anchorage, with some exceptions in the June timeframe. But that we should be looking at funding as the driving force if we're in a contingency budget situation, rather than continuing with our commitments to hold one meeting in the Pacific Northwest every year and one meeting in coastal Alaska. Understanding those are still important, but we need to, this is a contingency budget situation. Staff will also explore options to control costs during in-person meetings with tighter scheduling, so not allowing buffer room that in case agenda items run long, which we've had experience with, or potentially exploring not having room blocks for the public in areas where accommodation is readily available. And then finally, the council is slated to host the CCC, which is the Council Coordination Committee. That's the meeting that involves all of the Regional Fishery Management Council chairs, vice chairs, and executive directors. We're slated to host that meeting next year, and the committee requested that staff look at options for potentially a cheaper venue. There'll be some further discussion on that. So I'll pause there in case either all or others have any other comments to add on that.
Thank you. I see Ms. Baker's hands up first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Evans. And I apologize if you covered this, but I just wanted to ask a follow-up on that last bullet there, since it does involve, or second to last bullet, since it involves the public. Can you just give a little insight about potential cost savings for not having to secure a room block for the public, and just describe the discussion around that?
Certainly, through the chair, Ms. Baker. The issue is, for us, we make commitments when we sign agreements with venues and with hotels for our members, that we will commit as part of our contract to filling a certain number of hotel rooms per night. And we have traditionally made those contracts to be flexible enough to include both the members that include our APSFC and council and staff membership, as well as making rooms available for the public. Where the cost comes into the council is that if we don't meet those contracted room agreements, the number of room nights, then we are liable to a penalty under our contract. And with a number of different uncertainties, like if our meetings run shorter than planned, or federal staff not being able to travel, which when we anticipated that a certain number of rooms would be filled with federal staff, all of those things affect our overall room block contractual requirements. So if there's, and this is, the committee suggested that we explore whether there's a way to not commit to as large a room block as a way of avoiding any chance that we would have these penalty costs in the future. So we're going to look into that with our hotels. This hasn't been an issue, a financial issue, for many years, because we used to have a relationship with particularly the Hilton Hotel in Anchorage, where they were very forgiving of those attrition costs, those penalties. We are no longer in that situation. I think all of the venues with which we are currently working are changing their policies and becoming a lot stricter on those contractual requirements, and there's that option to assess penalties. And so we need to be able to respond to that change in circumstance.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from Finance Committee members on this slide? No. Ms. Kimball.
I'm not a Finance Committee member, but I just wondered how often the Finance Committee meets. Like, would we expect to see another Finance Committee report prior to June? Just because things are changing so much, I'm not familiar with how often the committee gets together and reviews what our bounds are.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the Finance Committee generally meets once a year to review the status of council finances. However, at this meeting, it was highlighted as part of the committee discussions that given the uncertainty and given the uncertainty specifically around funding and budget, that it would be necessary for that group to meet and get a status update of where we're at before the June council meeting, so that if there are any other changes or specific actions on these recommendations that we need to undertake, we'll be able to announce that as part of the June council meeting.
Thank you. For as follow-up through the chair, then are you looking for input or like a response from council members that aren't on the finance committee, for instance, on these recommendations after we hear public comment? Or are we kind of waiting until June for response to those kinds of recommendations?
Through the chair, I think that's really at the discretion of the chair, but my understanding would be that the reason to bring this forward to the public is to get input and feedback so that we can make those decisions with the most information available.
Yes, I agree. I mean, I don't think we're going to be ready to, I mean, this is scenario planning, so options on the table for consideration should we be faced with additional funding constraints, unanticipated funding constraints for this year's grant. If there are ideas here that we haven't thought of, in particular, that would be helpful for review at the next finance committee, or anything that you see on this list where there's you have significant concerns about, that would be helpful as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, this is just identifying what advisory group meetings we anticipate coming up to now in the June council meeting. We're moving to a system where we're trying to have provide the draft agenda topics for each of these advisory group meetings available to the council. So you have an option to tacitly approve this agenda or provide comments if you think that these groups should be looking at a different agenda. So this is just highlighting these potential meetings. I believe noting that the enforcement committee is still fairly tentative as to whether they will find that it is important for them to meet on that project year definition analysis. I think it depends a little bit on the progression of that final document. So switching gears a little bit to looking at our future meetings in 2025 specifically, there is a preliminary agenda posted for the June council meeting that will take place in Newport, Oregon in person. Noting that the AP will be starting again at this meeting on Monday instead of the normal Tuesday. The agenda items are largely the same as you see posted on the preliminary agenda, with the exception of the final action on MRAs has moved off to October. But you can see the list of things that we anticipate here. This doesn't account for the Central Gulf Rockfish Program, which the council will take up in June as well. And then looking ahead to October and December, at this point, we're tentatively planning for those to occur in person in Anchorage at the Egan Center. If budget contingencies arise, just referring back to our financial committee discussion, applying that one-on, one-off principle, we would look to make October a virtual meeting. Also, regarding the December schedule, I just want to note that as we have it laid out right now, where we have scheduled the requirements or the actions that we have to take, which are crab and groundfish specifications, cook inlet salmon specifications, charter halibut annual management measures, as well as chum final action. That's all we have on the agenda right now, but even that alone is more than we're able to do within the normal timeframe of a December meeting. So we are going to be a little creative in thinking about how we can address that, and we'll come back with solutions in June with what might we do, whether we should look at extending meetings, changing the agenda, moving final action, any of those options, what we would bring those back for a June discussion with the council. Just noting that there is a 3-meeting outlook identified. I think I've highlighted issues already, but there is a new version posted today during meeting version, and then we'll make a final version of the 3-meeting after this meeting as we normally do. And then just this final slide highlighting, obviously you have public comment on this issue as you always do, but I did want to just remind you back to B2, you heard from the National Marine Fisheries Service in their B2 management report that they had discussed exploratory work with tribes on a cook inlet salmon tribal fishery, and I just wanted to remind you of that reference as context for information that you have in public testimony. And that concludes my presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Any questions from council members on Ms. Evans's report? Do you have anything further to add?
I don't.
Okay. Before we go into public testimony, any brief comments from council members, anything that they would like to flag for discussion that hasn't already been articulated in B reports? Seeing none, we will now take up our AP report, and following AP report, we will head into public testimony. So please do sign up if you would like to testify on staff tasking before the end of our AP report. We have Ms. Mann with us.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. My name's Heather Mann. I am co-vice chair of the advisory panel, and I'll be providing our motions under the staff tasking agenda item. We have two. Motion one is tribal salmon fishery. The AP recommends the council initiate a discussion paper on how a tribal salmon fishery can be implemented into regulation for the Cook Inlet Exclusive Economic Zone. The discussion paper should incorporate the proposal elements developed between NIMS Alaska region and the Ticottnoo Intertribal Fish Commission and include, but not be limited to, review of commercial regulatory requirements for gear and how commercial gear could be used in the tribal fishery, review of commercial regulatory requirements for record keeping and how they could be implemented in the tribal fishery, review of commercial regulatory requirements for fishing times and how those could be different for the tribal fishery, considerations for how TAC could be apportioned to the tribal fishery, including how regulations could be developed to allow the ability to sell some catch to recover costs of engaging in the fishery, and finally, a review of the management of other tribal fisheries that have been established within federally managed fisheries, including other regions, as a comparison for these decision points. And that motion passed 20-0. Our second motion is Sablefish IFQ and Fixed Gear CDQ. The AP recommends the council initiate a regulatory amendment to establish the time of day of the start and end of the Sablefish IFQ and Fixed Gear CDQ commercial fishing seasons that aligns with the time of day of the start and end of the halibut commercial fishing period established by the International Pacific Halibut Commission. And that motion passed 20-0. Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the report, Ms. Mann. Mr. Ricci?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for the report. My first question is just on the second motion. If you could just describe the discrepancy that motion has there.
Through the chair, Mr. Ritchie, good afternoon. Yes, so beginning, I believe, in 2024, the season start time for the halibut fishery was changed to 6 a.m., where I think it had previously been noon. They changed the start time to provide more daylight hours on the opening day of the season. And when the regulatory package was reviewed for approval, it was flagged that while the IPHC sets the season start date for halibut and sablefish, it can only set the start time for the halibut fishery, and the sablefish fishery was set at 12 noon in regulation. So this is sort of as one AP member described it, this is a housekeeping issue to get those two start times to line up, so you're using your time more efficiently out on the water on the opening day.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for the report, Ms. Mann, and for your hard work during this meeting. Greatly
Thank
appreciate it.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. That takes us into public testimony. Let me pull up my list. We have 12 people signed up, beginning with Donald Stiles. Oh, just a reminder to the public, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, associations will have 6 minutes. We will begin public testimony with Donald Stiles, followed by Brendan Raymond Yacobian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Donald Stiles. I live in Nome. I am again asking for limitations on the Norton Sound Red King crab fishery. The overcapitalization of the fishery is evident as a number of vessels over the years have bankrupt. Further delay increases the likelihood of bankruptcy. We offered an avenue for current and future vessels using the under 32-foot exemption and offer a 10-year average for those vessels from 2022 to 2013. The quota system would also utilize those years. And it's not out of the norm to request limitations on crab fishing. All the crab fisheries south of us are limited all the way to California. So we would like to have those same opportunities to be able to budget and plan for our season based on the amount of quota that we would receive. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stiles. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Brendan Raymond Yacobian is next, followed by Stephanie Thompson.
Greetings, Madam Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Brendan Raymond Yacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, the Alaska Native Nonprofit Tribal Consortium formed by and for the 20 tribes of the Bering Strait region. COERIC is providing comment on this agenda item regarding the Ecosystem Committee terms of reference. We think it'd be a good idea to sunset the existing Ecosystem Committee and to explore the possibility of constituting a similar body from the ground up. We want to be clear at the outset that our comments are not made with regard to specific committee membership, but rather regarding the body in general. Setting the scope for such a committee in the realm of ecosystem and climate issues is sensible, though it perhaps would be wise to allow for further public input across a subsequent meeting cycle before proceeding down this path and including setting out a call for nominations. There may be ways which such a body scope could be most optimally crafted to be of use to the council process. However, a short window was provided for considering and providing comment on the documentation for this item, this agenda item, and the council would likely be well served by having time to think through its scope, organization, and operation more with participants in the council process. Speaking under the assumption that ecosystem and climate issues would be broadly the rough scope for such a committee, we would recommend the following considerations be taken into account in its organization and constitution, either now or ideally at a subsequent meeting. We feel this is an excellent chance for the council to start at the ground level, implementing a number of key best practices and advances related to EPFM, community engagement, climate readiness, and tribal inclusion. For example, we would recommend that such a body have multiple tribal seats and seats with expertise in EBFM and the social sciences and traditional knowledge. We recommend that the body operate through principles of co-production, such as by involving co-creation of agendas with tribal entities and ensuring co-presentation on all agenda items with relevant tribal partners. The council also needs to fully resource and implement the LKTKS protocol and its on-ramps and the community engagement committee recommendations. And this would also provide a good opportunity to work on doing that from the ground up at a committee level. Though, of course, we don't feel that that's the only place this should be done. That's a council and agency-wide goal, we think. And finally, just to speak very specifically to one item noted in the discussion memo, we would be wary of the inclusion of the Arctic FMP within the scope of this body and would need to see more about the committee's new structure and even more importantly, hear from those living in that region before making any statements regarding that issue in particular. And with that, I'd like to thank you for consideration of our comments.
Sorry, I was muted. Ms. Kimball.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to try to understand a little bit better one of the things on the council's staff tasking agenda is to look at the terms of reference for all the committees, including the ecosystem committee. And so were your comments around, pausing on the terms of reference, which are really very broad, or were they more around what this new, if the council went that way, new committee would be tasked with reviewing, kind of what its purpose would be in agendas? I just need to understand where you feel like you need more time.
Sure, thanks, Ms. Kimball. That's a great question. Yes, definitely. The terms of reference that were in the discussion memo are very, very broad level. I think that our comments could potentially pertain to both the terms of reference as well as the sort of more scoping type questions, in the sense that potentially speaking, if terms of reference are going to be that broad across all bodies, then I suppose it's up for debate. But some issues, for example, how a body is constituted. So how will the body operate? Like, what would be the principles? So would co-production principles like co-creation of agendas, or would in terms of constitution of the body, in terms of multiple tribal seats, those things seem like they could reasonably be fitted within a terms of reference. And so in that sense, I would say that both of them could benefit from more time. And I guess I would also point out that often for certain issues that tribal entities are hoping to see achieved in the federal fishery management process, we sometimes hear that they require changes to MSA to enact them. This is probably a really good example where it doesn't require a change to MSA. As far as we know, it just requires a sort of the will of the council. And so something like getting multiple seats on bodies like this is sort of a great opportunity where the council can just sort of will that into existence on its own. And it probably is better that something like that also is not just at the sort of scope, more informal sort of scope level, but also sort of concretized a little bit more in the terms of reference to the degree that's possible. So I guess that's how I would respond to that, but thanks for the question.
Thank you. I'll have to get that thought. One follow-up, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I just didn't understand your very last comment in your testimony on the Arctic FMP and how that might fit in to any tasking for the ecosystem committee, only because we don't have any actions related to that FMP and there's a moratorium on commercial fishing. So I missed that point. If you could restate that.
Oh, absolutely. We were just pointing out that the Arctic FMP had been brought up in the discussion memo, if I recall correctly, that as a potential sort of a topic within the purview of this new reconstituted body. And we just wanted to sort of go on record and make a statement that in terms of scoping issues, we'd like to see more about how the body would be constituted, as well as hearing more from people who live in that region before making any sort of solid statements about, okay, the Arctic FMP issue should be or should not be within the scope of such a committee. if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Stephanie Thompson is up next, followed by Deborah Call, and there will be no questions after this testimony.
Shamai, good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Thompson, president of Alexander Creek Incorporated. Alexander Creek is an historical village named Tippincock, meaning Clear River Mouth. Alexander Creek flows into the Susitna, is about 10 miles above the river. There's mouth on Cook Inlet. Located below Mount Susitna, or if you've ever been to Anchorage, you might know it as Sleeping Lady. Our village, tribe, and people have always relied on fish. In the 30s and 40s, our families would catch and preserve fish for the winter. One smokehouse full to take the family through the winter, one smokehouse full for our dog teams. Through the years, we would catch and eat many kinds of fish: kings, pinks, chums, silver salmon, rainbow trout, whitefish. We would can, smoke, and eat them fresh. The families were all involved in this process. In the past, the rivers would rise a couple of feet. When the fish would come in, the river would run black. We had a fish camp at the mouth of the Susitna, where as a child we would play, slide, and swim in the sloughs with our cousins. We were pushed out of our fishery. A tribal set-aside is important for our tribal members. Our people have managed fish for thousands of years. We have the skills and understandings of salmon. Salmon has always been available to our families and is a large part of our diet. We've faced many cultural changes within our tribe and our community in the last 25 to 50 years. We are here today to respectfully request the development of a discussion paper on how a tribal fishery in the Cook Inlet exclusive economic zone can be implemented and what that fishery should look like. We ask that this discussion paper have a due date no later than 6 months. A discussion paper is the next step in this process. We want to work with the process. That is why we have worked diligently with the National Marine Fisheries Service for the past year to co-create the proposal that is in front of you. This is an action that has been discussed at length with NMFS and has been recommended by the advisory panel more than not once, but twice. This discussion paper is a showing of good faith, a showing that this body and this process is not closed to us. Our people have relied upon salmon since time immemorial for nutritional, customary, spiritual, traditional, and food security needs. The ability to harvest and use salmon is vital to who we are. In line with this ancestral imperative, we have collaborated with NMFS to develop a proposal for TSF in the CIEEZ zone. This proposal seeks to provide a fair and just solution to ongoing social and economic harm, the exclusion of tribes from this federal fishery. Having our salmon is still a priority for our people. I testify in support of the motion in the development of a discussion paper. Kuiana, thank you.
Next up is Deborah Call, followed by Jessica Winnestaffer. There'll be no questions.
Shanann, Madam Chair, and council members. Yagli Du, members of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, Yali Eshlanda, Shashida Deborah Call, Yai Denina, Kanika Nuatana, Eshlan Kakali Eshlan. I've introduced myself in Denina and asked how you all are doing. And I am Denina from Kanik and a member of the Fishtail clan. Shanann, for the opportunity to testify before council members. I'm Alaska Native and a lifelong fisher of the Cook Inlet area and have been working with the villages around Cook Inlet on fisheries since 2018. Today, I'm representing my tribe, Kanik Tribal Council, an active member of the commission. We want to see the commission work with North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to move forward with the development of a discussion paper regarding a tribal set-aside in the EEZ. The goal is that we want to feed our families that have been unable to fish on their own as family fish sites have been closed. We will not dominate the new fishery, but it would allow us to feed our tribal members and fill our smokehouses and freezers. Before I begin my testimony, I want to share why I think we are where we are in regard to Cook Inlet tribal fisheries. Number one, there's been a dramatic increase in the population of Anchorage from the 1950s to 2025, and it's played a role in pushing tribal families out of the traditional fish sites around Cook Inlet. Federal land claims, secondly, the Alaska Native land claims legislation did not include preserving the right to fish. So a little history, Alaska became a state in 1959, just 66 years ago, whereas Oregon and Washington's statehood was achieved 100 years ago. Prior to statehood, the Cook Inlet area experienced population and commerce growth from the gold rush in the 1890s to military buildup during World War II in the early 1940s. After statehood, Alaska oil was discovered on the North Slope, and it forced the hand of the federal government to start looking to settle the native land claims statewide sooner than later. So in 1971, 3 years after oil was discovered, the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, ANCSA as we call it, passed without the involvement of Alaska Natives in the terms or details of land settlement. The biggest impact to us was leaving out the right to acquire traditional food by fishing and hunting. Meanwhile, Anchorage, Alaska's largest city, the population had boomed, increasing threefold from 1960 to 2020. Anchorage faced a huge influx of people, mostly from military, government, and oil industry, which immediately impacted fishing in Cook Inlet. Our villages were witnessing the rush of the development of new subdivisions, more fishers, road construction, and the loss of traditional fish sites that as the population was moving in. My Dena'ina family has lived in and around Cook Inlet for many, many years, and we saw firsthand how population boom took our land and the traditional fishing sites. As Anchorage's population increased, members of my family were forced out of the traditional fish sites in and around Anchorage. J Bear, which is one site that we lost near J Bear at the military base, northeast of Anchorage. In the 20s and 40s, my grandmother, Delia Stefan Nikita, and her sister, Annie Stefan, fished at a place called Takat on the beach. The camp was torn down by the military after they took possession of the beach land with no warning or compensation, and it was replaced with being a landfill. Southwest of Anchorage, Point Possession, 8 miles approximately as a crow flies across Cook Inlet, my aunt Catherine and her husband Mike Theodore fished for many years at Point Possession, commercially and living in Eklutna during the winters. They passed away in the early 1980s, without title to the fish site because they did not know how to get title to put it into a family, to keep it with the family. South of Anchorage, Fire Island was where my Aunt Hetty and my cousin fished, which is just west of Anchorage, and you see it as you fly over in the jet plane before it lands at the international airport. The Theodore family of Kinnick also fished there then they sold their commercial fish permit to an anthropologist/archaeologist in the late 1970s. They also sadly had to bury family members on the island near their fish camp. In conclusion, salmon fishing has been and always will be an important and integral part of our culture. We have thousands of years of experience in fishing these sites and use the ancient family recipes to preserve our harvest to feed their families during the winter. A majority of the federally recognized tribes around Cook Inlet have been pushed out of their traditional fish sites because Cook Inlet area population has so dramatically increased in 60 years. Commercial and sport fishing rights have continued and increased with little or no change by federal or state authorities. However, tribal fishing rights were never considered. We support the development of a discussion paper by the Takatnu Intertribal Fish Commission and NIMFS for a tribal set-aside in the EEZ. Thank you to the members of the advisory panel whom we have testified to for supporting the proposal for the tribal set-aside in the EEZ. Chanan.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We have Jessica Winnestaffer next, and there'll be no question.
Willie Jan, Madam Chair. Insadok de Jessica Winstaffer Suzette Len. Naidiniana Kaya Gahwasna. Good day, Madam Chair. How are you? My name is Jessica Winstaffer, and I work for Chickaloon Village Traditional Council, which is the governing body of Chickaloon Native Village. And it didn't get put in there in my sign up, but I am speaking on behalf of Chickaloon Native Village, a tribal government. Chickaloon Native Village tribal citizens have relied upon salmon in Cook Inlet since time immemorial for nutritional, customary, spiritual, and food security resources. The ability to harvest and process salmon is vital to our Dene culture and lifeways. Chickaloon Native Village is a member of the Takotnu Intertribal Fish Commission. Takotnu is the Dena'ina place name for Cook Inlet. The 7-member tribes of the Takotnu Intertribal Fish Commission unanimously support the request for a discussion paper on how a tribal salmon fishery can be implemented in the Cook Inlet Exclusive Economic Zone and what the tribal fishery could look like. For more than 2 years, Chickaloon Native Village has asked National Marine Fisheries Services for a tribal fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ. For over a year now, the Takotnu Intertribal Fish Commission member tribes have worked diligently on a tribal salmon fishery proposal for the Cook Inlet EEZ. We have communicated with and collaborated with Dr. John Kurland and his staff at NIMPS to develop a tribal salmon fishery proposal for the Cook Inlet EEZ. Now we are following on Dr. Kurland's guidance with this request. It is the next step in the process, we are told. We are respectfully asked for the development of a discussion paper on how a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ can be implemented and what that fishery could look like. Last Friday, in support of this request, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council Advisory Panel unanimously passed a motion recommending, quote, the council initiate a discussion paper on how a tribal salmon fishery can be implemented into regulation for the Cook Inlet Exclusive Economic Zone, end quote. This action will uphold the federal trust responsibility to protect tribal rights to culture and natural resources, including the right to hunt, fish, and gather. A tribal salmon fishery will primarily be for sockeye. It will not target Chinook, coho, chum, or pink salmon. Salmon are considered an animal relation, which tribes have stewarded carefully and respectfully for millennia. The tribal salmon fishery is solely intended for tribal citizens to have access to salmon for food. Once caught, salmon would be used to provide for the customary, traditional, nutritional, and food security needs of tribal citizens. Under the proposal, we seek to use commercial gear because of the dynamics of the Cook Inlet EEZ waters. I very much appreciate your attention to my comments and would greatly appreciate your support for a discussion paper on how a tribal salmon fishery can be implemented into regulation for the Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery. Shenansigu, thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Kathy Bourgoin. There'll be no questions after this testimony, followed by Samuel Schimmel.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Kathy Bourgoin. I'm a member of and secretary for Alexander Creek and representing them, as well as myself. I am also here to respectfully request the development of a discussion paper on how a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet Exclusive Economic Zone can be implemented and what that tribal fishery could look like. We ask that this discussion paper have a due date no later than 6 months. A discussion paper is the next step in this process. So we've worked with the National Marine Fisheries Services for the last year on the proposal that's in front of you. This is an action that has been discussed at length with NMFS and has been recommended by the advisory panel twice. This discussion paper is a showing of good faith that this body and that this process are not closed to us. Our people have relied upon the salmon and Cook Inlet, like everyone has said, for a very long time for spiritual, traditional, and food security needs. Harvesting and using salmon is part of who we are. In line with this historical imperative, we've collaborated with NMFS to develop a proposal for a TSF in the Cook Inlet economic zone. We thank Dr. Kurland, Dr. Harrington, Dr. Duncan, Dr. Brenner, and Dr. Wilson for their vital help. This proposal seeks to provide a fair and just solution to an ongoing social and economic harm, the exclusion of tribes from this federal fishery. For over a year now, Takatnu Intertribal Fish Commission member tribes have worked with NMFS to bring this proposal together. For further clarity, tribes are united in their acceptance of the presented proposal. This proposal has been created jointly by NMFS and by the tribes. The final proposal that's been agreed to and being presented has been authored by NMFS. The process to generate and agree on this proposal was initiated well over a year ago, the result of many letters and meetings. This proposal is neither rushed nor poorly thought out. It's the culmination of nearly a 40-year effort. The TSF would primarily be a sockeye salmon fishery, same as the commercial fishery. In line with the 2024 harvest data compiled by NMFS, it will not catch Chinook, coho, pinks, or chums in numbers that would create conservation concerns. The TSF is intended solely to ensure that tribal members, especially elders and youth, have access to a resource we've utilized for thousands of years. We just want to be able to fill our smokehouses and freezers again, all the customary traditional uses and food security needs of the tribes. It's not a subsistence fishery, but a tribal fishery. With this in mind, there's one more important point. We're not asking you to shut out other users from the Cook Inlet salmon fishery. We're not asking for all the fish. We're not even asking to be able to fish this year. We are asking you to be open to a discussion on how we can have access to this fishery. Today, we want to move this process forward. Critical to this is the initiation of the discussion paper on how a tribal fishery can be integrated into the Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery and how that fishery would look. This was the request of the advisory panel at the February 2024 NPFMC meeting, and it is our request again today. We look forward to collaborating with you on this tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet Exclusive Economic Zone. Again, thank you everyone for your attention today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So our next testifier is Samuel Schimmel, followed by Frank McFarland.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the council. Thank you, Chairwoman. Hello, everybody. I'm Sam Schimmel. I'm Knightsey and Siberian Yupik from Kenai, Alaska. I'm also the co-chair of the Takatnu Intertribal Fish Commission, and I represent them here today. The Fish Commission is an arm of the tribe formed by the Chickalin Native Village, the Native Village Viklutna, Knightsey Indian Tribe, Kanik Tribe, the Nilchik Village Tribe, Salamatov Tribe, and Soldovia Village Tribe. Each of these federally recognized tribes has authorized the Commission's work through legally enacted tribal resolutions and delegated a portion of their sovereignty to our Commission. We're here today to ask for a discussion paper on how and what a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet Exclusive Economic Zone can look like. I understand for a lot of you that may be a scary thing. But what about that is scary? We're not asking to take over this fishery. We're not asking for anybody to be pushed out. We're not asking for all the fish. We're not even asking to fish this year. All we're asking for is a discussion of how we will be able to fish. Again, we're not pushing anyone out. We're not asking for all the fish. What we're asking for is a discussion of how we're going to be able to fill our smokehouses once again. As you've heard from those who testified before me, our smokehouses are empty. Our freezers are empty. Our children are not learning the things they need to learn. And we're asking to be a part of a fishery that is undersubscribed. One where the TAC has never been met. One where adding us to it would never even come close to triggering OFLs. One where nobody is opposed to us being a part of it. Now let's talk about how this proposal came about. Over a year ago, we started working with the National Marine Fisheries Service to figure out a way for tribes to be able to fish once again. And we've worked diligently and for a long time with NIMS. We want to thank Dr. Curlin, Ms. Harrington, Dr. Brenner, Dr. Duncan, and Ms. Wilson for their help in making this a reality. The proposal that's before you today and that's been endorsed by the AP is one that was written in collaboration. Neither the tribes nor NIMS fully wrote it, but we wrote it together. We wrote it through a deliberative process to determine what was right and what was fair. When NIMS sends a letter, that means that their general counsel looks it over. That means that there are not significant legal issues with what is being suggested. And even so, the proposal that is in front of you that is attached to our letter is excerpted from a letter sent to us by the National Marine Fisheries Service. Now, when it comes to supporting this discussion paper, this is not new either. This came up last year at the February meeting, where the AP voted just like it did on Friday to adopt and move forward with a discussion paper on how we will be able to fish. A discussion paper isn't a final action. It isn't a final rule. Even if this discussion paper is done tomorrow, we would still be unable to fish this year. What it is an openness to a process that we as tribes hope works. We pray that this works. We want this system to work. This discussion paper is part of it, and voting for it is a signal of good faith that this process is not foreclosed to tribes, that we are not excluded from this process, that its doors are not closed to us. And so when we get into this proposal, there's a few things that are worth pointing out. Again, as I said previously, we're not asking anybody else to be excluded. We're not asking anybody else to be limited in this fishery. There's plenty of fish in the second largest sockeye salmon fishery in the world to go around. We are asking to use commercial boats, but we're not asking to be full-on commercial fishermen. The reason that we want to use commercial boats is to make sure that our tribes can catch enough fish in a short period of time, and that our fishermen don't have to re-gear. The reason that we want 24-hour openers is because we're going to have a limited fleet. It's going to be very small, and we want it to be able to catch enough fish. When it comes to moving this forward and discussing this, we're open to any and all questions. But we want you to know that this is, again, not a final action. This is a showing that this process isn't closed to us. We're just simply asking for a discussion of how we can join a fishery and what that fishery will look like. I'm open to questions if you have them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for the testimony, Mr. Schimmel. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Curlin?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Schimmel, for your testimony, and thanks to the Commission for your proposal and for working with us on it. So if the council were to choose to initiate a discussion paper, knowing the order of magnitude of a tribal salmon fishery would be important for analysts to know so they could evaluate the key issues related to the proposal, and certainly for other stakeholders in Cook Inlet to have a sense of the order of magnitude. So can you tell us what potential range of harvest the commission is anticipating, either as an absolute amount or a percentage of the total allowable catch?
Well, and thank you for through the chair, thank you for the question, Dr. Kerlin. In terms of what a hard harvest number would look like, that's something that we're hoping to work with the stakeholders and work with this council and NPFMC to come up with that hard number. That's something that would be included in the discussion paper and that we'd work on through that process. In terms of a percentage of the TAC, we have significant concerns due to UCEDA's challenge of the usage of TAC, that will be the method of management moving forward. And so, these are things that need to be dealt with, and the purpose of a discussion paper for us to be able to get into questions like this. But to ease anybody's mind, we're not trying to become a dominant user group. We do not want even 30% of this whole fishery.
Okay, thanks. And Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Kerlin.
Thank you. Mr. Schimmel, to I guess, help with elucidating the answer to the question about the order of magnitude and other specifics related to your proposal, I just wonder if you can provide some assurance that the commission is prepared to commit to work with staff if the council proceeds with a discussion paper, that the commission would work with staff to provide the additional details necessary to fully evaluate your proposal.
Absolutely. Through the chair, thank you again. As you know, we've worked very, very closely with your staff and you. We are fully staffed and we're fully ready to get after this. We want to work as closely as we can with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, with NPFMC, to make sure that this discussion paper moves forward. We have the resources available in order to make that a reality and to, come to these decisions in a quick manner and communicate them to the council and to NPFMC. I think there's always concerns about budgets and staff capacity. One of the biggest uncertainties right now is funding. We don't have that uncertainty, but a good guard against budget cuts is having a full docket. One of the ways it is good to avoid budget cuts is by having, a long list of things that still need to be done. And I think that this can be one of those things.
Okay.
But yes, in short, we are more than happy and more than ready to assist in every way.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams has a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Schimmel, for your presentation. You talked about, Mr. Kernan almost asked my question, but you talked about a small fishery. Have you conceptually talked about how many boats are you thinking about, or how many vessels are you thinking about in terms of what does small mean in general?
So the commercial fleet that's eligible to fish in this area is the 500 some odd permits that are issued. Our fleet would be no more than 10.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schimmel, for the testimony. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to the timing of a discussion paper if that were to move forward. We heard from a previous testifier, they had mentioned within 6 months, which in daily life seems long, but in the council process, that's pretty fast. I'm wondering if you can speak a bit to the timing and why.
So to the timing, as you've heard from our testifiers and our tribes, we've been shut out from fisheries for a long time. There's an ongoing harm that's being inflicted upon our communities. For instance, I know for a fact one of our member tribes spends over $1 million a year purchasing fish. That comes at a huge cost to the tribe, and it's a necessary thing for them to do. But we're trying to remediate that harm, make it so that we're able to fish in the inlet rather than having to buy fish from outside of the inlet. In terms of the 6-month ask, that is the ask of our tribes. We understand that, things are tight and processes move slow, but if there isn't a due date on something, it very rarely gets done. And so we do want to see, a 6-month deadline, or at least a deadline to come out of this conversation.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Schimmel. Good to see you. I'll betray my ignorance of federal and state subsistence regulations as they affect the Upper Cook Inlet region in my question. And I think my question is, would you expect that a discussion paper would describe some of the shortcomings of those regulatory frameworks in terms of the member tribes of the commission being able to meet their subsistence needs?
So, through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. We're not proposing a subsistence fishery, but we're proposing a tribal fishery, which is a categorically different thing. The word subsistence is, federal statutes that are tied to it. We're not contemplating a subsistence fishery. It's a tribal fishery. Under the MSA, the council is empowered to create new fisheries, as is the National Marine Fisheries Service. And a tribal fishery could certainly be one of those. It doesn't fall under any of the prohibited sections of the Act or any of the prohibitions of the Act. Our tribal members are diverse. They live in different states. We're a political body. We're a non-racial group. It meets the qualifications for what can be a fishery under the MSA. In terms of the shortcomings of other systems, I wouldn't make it a strong point unless it was needed for the purpose and need here. There are other systems that are foreclosed to us as our tribe per the location of our tribes, and those systems, and we're not less native because of where we live. We don't need these fish less because of where we live or because of a status that we've been ascribed. What we're asking for here is a new type of fishery, one that's based off of the subsistence halibut harvest certificates that are issued under, I think it's 50 CFR 300.65. That was the initial starting point here. But that could certainly be a portion of the discussion paper if you felt like that was necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Schimmel. I had a question because when the council does initiate discussion papers, there should be some kind of structure around what we're asking the staff to do. And I recognize you've said the tribes or your commission would be a big part of that. Could you explain for me a little bit more just about the structure for a tribal fishery, since this is a new fishery to the council overall, at the Cook Inlet fishery and the EEZ, and then this type of fishery within it? Is the idea that the group of tribes would hold permits in which then they would decide kind of who is allowed to fish, the number of boats, some flexibility in that depending on the conditions, or is that yet to be determined? And I did read the letter carefully, and I just wanted to see if you could describe that a little bit for me.
I mean, this is exactly why we need to be moving forward with a discussion paper, so that way we can, have a meeting of the minds with the council on what this can look like. In the proposal that we've worked out with NIMS, there'd be two components: a community harvest permit and then an individual tribal member permit. The individual tribal member permit would be issued to individual tribal members per its name. And then the community harvest permit would be very similar to that shark permit that's issued under the regulations that I'd previously cited. Under both of these permits, under the community harvest permit, the tribe would still be designating a person to conduct the fishery or to prosecute the fishery. as an entity, we are made up of people. So we still have to have people on those boats. In terms of the individual tribal member permits, those would be prosecuted individually. But this is an excellent point for the discussion paper.
Thank you very much.
And then Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Simmel, for your testimony and responding to questions from the council here. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly on what I believe you stated, responding to one of the council members' questions relative to other systems, if I heard you correctly, other systems being closed to you. Help me understand if I'm accurate in hearing you correctly, what that means in terms of other systems being closed to you. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mueller. To our representatives on here from Washington and Oregon, under Alaska state law, tribes are specifically prohibited from owning commercial fishery permits. So we're not able to access the fishery through those means. Additionally, under Title VIII, you have to be designated rural. Title VIII is the Alaska National Interest Land Claims Act, which governs how quote unquote subsistence is managed in the state of Alaska. Now that doesn't pertain to areas such as this. And we're not asking for a subsistence fishery, but in order to qualify for subsistence under the act, under ANELCA, you have to be designated through a process as a rural community. Now, our tribe, Kanaitsi tribe, sued and won in the Ninth Circuit, having a judicial redesignation of us as rural. It also, in that opinion, stated that we have a priority in all federal waters. Now, our commission isn't using that right now because it only pertains to Kanaitsi. We're trying to move forward in unity. But as you see in those two aspects, the commercial fishery is closed to us. The subsistence fishery is closed to us. And then when it comes to a personal use or other types or sport fisheries, our tribes have immense needs. As you've heard from our elders, some of them are, in their 80s. When you get to that age, it is not possible for you to be able to go and dip net. It is very hard for you to be able to go and sit on the bank of the Kenai River and flip for reds. And if you're flipping for reds, at most, under the emergency openers that the state will sometimes issue, you're allowed 12 fish per day. Generally, it's 3, sometimes it's 6. That's not enough to be able to feed your family. It's not enough to be able to fill up your smokehouse. And that requires entirely too much time for somebody who has other things to do. So that's how those other systems are closed to us.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I'm not seeing any further questions. We appreciate your time, Mr. Schimmel. So Frank McFarland is next, followed by Adam Boatman.
Hello, my name is Frank McFarland. I'm a Norton Sound fisherman. I've been fishing king crab and halibut in Norton Sound for over 30 years. The crab fishery has been pretty well managed, up and down, but it's currently recovering from a closure, and so it's a fragile fishery, and it's a small fishery. Some of us think that have been fishing here for a while think that there needs to be changes in the regulations to help keep it sustainable. There are large loopholes in the regulations that leave it open for just about anybody in the state to come into the fishery, but it really can't support that. And there's a lot of LLPs out there, limited licenses that haven't been used in a decade or more, with no fishing history, probably twice as many as the permits or more than that have been fished recently. So there's a lot of extra LLPs out there, and a lot of them are big LLPs. And with the pressures that are on the fisheries, including this one, we've seen evidence of organized effort to, come up here and try to exploit the fishery, and it really can't take any more pressure. And so it would be good to sunset some of those LLPs or do something with them. I think there's no room for many more boats to come into the fishery. These LLPs that we have can be transferred, and there's another, the 32-foot exemption is another example of a regulation that it was meant to keep the fishery super exclusive, but it really hasn't, because it leaves it open for any 32-footer to come into the fishery. But there should be a way to stop that, but still allow for local participation. And there is a few ways to do that. The idea is to keep it a small local fishery, but just in closing, I'd like to say that if some of this stuff isn't done soon, then it probably will become non-viable for local fishermen, and maybe even the local CDQ group, because they buy local fish and have investments in it too. And I'm mostly speaking on behalf of the fishermen. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Let me see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Adam Boakman is next, followed by Nels Evans. Adam, are you online?
I'm working on it.
Okay, we can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. Adam Bachman, like Frank, 30 plus years in this fishery. LLP holder. When this fishery first went limited entry, many participants that didn't have a boat received LLPs when they requested the North Pacific Fishery Council to allow a permit holder on the vessels to be able to participate, because they wanted to participate. Well, now we're 30 plus years later, and I think we have an adequate number of participants with active LLPs. The latent LLP is always a concern for the operators. We have usually 3 good years. We're at the end of that, where we see a lot of interest with new people coming in with the 32-foot and under exemption. And then we have 3 lean years where people go broke and try to just make it through the lean years to get to the good ones again. To better assist the North Pacific Fishery Council, I request you do a economic analysis of this fishery. Many years ago, I brought this to the attention of the North Pacific Fishery Council, and they did a nice study on our fishery, but it lacked an economic analysis to better show what we're trying to explain to you and why we need latent LLPs out of the fishery, and we need a cap on what 32-foot and under non-LLP fishermen can access. And I believe doing a historical history of what they have taken is more than fair to everyone, to allow this fishery to move forward in a not so much a race to fish. Does any of that make sense to anyone? Let's have a couple questions. I appreciate your time. I know you guys are very busy.
Thank you very much. I'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Moeller, then Ms. Kimball.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Volkman, for your testimony here. Can you give me a sense of how many latent LOPs you're talking about versus active LOP and fishermen?
Thank you for the question, John. I believe we have, if we go back 10 years, we would probably have 27 to 30 LLPs that would qualify as, if they'd fished 1 or 2 years in that period. So we would have under half the LLPs would be active, in my opinion. And we probably have a half dozen participants every year that are 32 foot and under. Generally, they're smaller skiff operators, and they go out there and catch a few. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
And Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to hear if I understood this right. Are you characterizing it as kind of a race for fish now, or the concern that this level of LLP, these latent LLPs, if they came in, would put too much pressure on the fishery? I'm trying to understand if it's a need now.
Great question, Paul.
Thanks.
I'll try to articulate as clearly as I can. So this is a cyclic fishery. We'll have 3 or 4 good years, then we'll have 3 or 4 down years. And it seems like in the good years, you get a bunch of entrants from participants. And then when you're trying to make it through the lean years, they kind of fall out, as well as existing fishermen. I've lost, 6 or 7 guys over the years that either got a little old or just couldn't afford it anymore during the lean years. And it is a race to fish. We have an open access. There aren't quotas in Norton Sound. So some years you'll have a great year and some years you'll make bills. So it is a race to fish currently. And I know it's a huge jump to go from an open access fishery to an IFQ. And my request is that we cap the participants in the fishery and then see how that goes, so we don't have the ups and downs that we're currently seeing with participation. And I think an economic study would enlighten the council to kind of get a real grip of what this fishery can support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time, everyone.
Oh, we have one more question. Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony. I'm just curious of getting a sense of if this is a common concern among all the fishermen in Norton Sound. I've heard 3 of you now testify to this, but is this something that everyone in the area is looking for?
I believe the majority of commercial fishermen understand and appreciate what we're talking about. Yes, I think there's a support there if you're to do a poll. Another concern that I brought up years ago that sounded crazy was that salmon was doing so well then that we didn't ever have to worry about anyone coming to Norton Sound to participate in this really small fishery. But as things are currently, I believe that's a legitimate concern, that fishermen that can't pay bills are looking for ways to pay bills, and it's open to fishing. It's an avenue for that, and I feel for them and I appreciate their hardships, but I don't think Norton Sound red king crab can shoulder additional fishermen. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your testimony. Not seeing any other questions. So Linda cannot join us. Let's see, Nels Evans is next, and then Becca Robbins just Claire, their last testifier.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Through the chair, this is Nelson Evans, Executive Director of Petersburg Vessel Owners Association, mixed gear vessel or fisheries representation group, largely invested in the halibut, sablefish, IFQ fisheries, and I'd like to speak and hopefully provide some more context for the motion that I raised at the AP. It was the second motion that Ms. Mann presented to you about the regulatory or the hopeful regulatory cleanup between the season start timing of the sablefish and halibut IFQ fishery. So in the historically, we've always started the halibut and the sablefish IFQ and CDQ fixed gear fisheries at 12 noon on the start date established at the IPHC recently in 2024 when the fleet decided to change to a 6 a.m. start date, trying to maximize the most daylight on that opening day so that you can get more gear hauled. That first couple weeks of the fishery can be pretty valuable, getting that first fresh halibut and sablefish on the market. So guys wanted to maximize on that. Once the reg package was gone through and published, it was found that the sablefish regs establish a start time at noon. That's through NIMPS, whereas at the IPHC we can change the start time annually, but the start date is established for both fisheries at the IPHC. This is something that's very widely supported throughout stakeholder groups. Linda Bankin at Alpha, she couldn't come to testify, but she reached out to me to make sure to echo that Alpha supports this strongly as well. We're looking for hopefully what can be a simple regulatory cleanup. When I reached out to OLE on this, they said they were very supportive. They prefer when regulations are more in line with one another, not creating these disparities for no good reason. Secondly, this is not anything looking for action, but something to raise to the council at the Sablefish MSC stakeholder meeting on the 1st. It was discussed that sablefish tags and tag recovery has dropped drastically since about 2017, 2018. It's been relatively stable since the implementation of the IFQ program, but since 2017, 2018, and the introduction of pots or the legalization of pots in the Alaskan IFQ and CDQ fixed gear fishery, we've gone from about 400 tags recovered annually to 100 tags recovered annually. This could be mostly because of pot use and fishermen dumping pots that are going into a weight bin and then into the fish hold. So there's less selectivity on deck as fishermen are not handling each fish before they go into the hold, and processing crews at the plants are not looking for the tags while they're processing. But this is something that we would like to flag, that it could be a potentially concerning trend, and it may be something that could be simply fixed through a new suite of re-education for both the fleet and the processing side on how to look for sablefish tags. I just wanted to flag that as it came up as a concern when we were working with stakeholders and the stock assessor team earlier this week. But I am happy to answer any questions. That's my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for your testimony. On your last point, I appreciate you bringing it up in front of the council because I think it gets a public airing that maybe we're not getting the same level of tag retrieval that we used to, and we depend on that for data. But that does seem like an industry-led kind of initiative to educate folks on why they should send the tags back. So I just wanted to know if there was any council action there, or if you're really working within your association, Alpha, PSPA, others, in order to educate that we need to return tags.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Kimball. I was just flagging it for the council so that there would be more public awareness and council awareness for it. But yes, it's something that we're looking towards through the industry, through industry organizations to flag and hope to better educate.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for your testimony. So you mentioned that the IPHC sets a time, opening time annually. Is there a risk we'll be addressing this, potentially addressing this again at the council level? Should they choose a different time again? What's the chances of that?
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Mueller. I worked with NIMS staff when drafting the motion that passed unanimously through the AP. The language will grant the IPHC to set the time as well as the start date at the annual IPHC meeting. So this is hopefully the only action that will need to be taken. And then at that IPHC annual meeting, the IFQ, CDQ fixed gear fishery, both start date and start time for both halibut and sablefish can be established at IPHC.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions. So we'll go to Becca Robbins, just Claire. She'll be our last testifier.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Becca Robbins, just Claire, representing Ocean Conservancy, and I would like to provide testimony today on two topics under the staff tasking agenda item. First on the Ecosystem Committee and second on the Cook Inlet Tribal Fishery. So first, in regards to the Ecosystem Committee and the draft terms of reference that you have before us, Ocean Conservancy does support the reconstitution of the Ecosystem Committee as an Ecosystem and Climate Committee. We do encourage you to consider extending review of that term of reference to allow for additional input and to work with tribal governments to define that scope. Overall, we see that this committee really serves an important function within the council process. And I think that work can include many of the things that the council has flagged as priorities in terms of our work on climate. And we really need a landing spot to advise the council and keep this work going. That includes things like the climate resilience work plan and any of the work under the IRA funding. Also see that this could be a place to continue the Bering Sea FEP work and perhaps develop future action modules as well. And then, of course, essential fish habitat and other habitat and ecosystem issues as they arise. In thinking about sort of the function of the committee, that it really, I think in the past it has really been policy focused, and I think that continues to make sense. But also should have the flexibility to have working groups to address specific issues and really dig in and do some of the work, and shouldn't expect the committee to sort of be both of those things. And then in terms of form and membership, in reconstituting this committee, really encourage you to take the opportunity to take the commitment to tribal engagement seriously, and that a majority of the members should be tribal representatives nominated by tribes and tribal organizations, and that the membership should definitely include expertise, of course, in ecosystem-based management, social science, traditional knowledge, and that you really integrate the frameworks from the LKTKS protocol and community engagement committee in here. Overall, I think, forming a new committee is an opportunity to reset and do things differently. And I think the council has had the advantage of a lot of great recommendations coming forward, and this is a place where you can put those into practice. Secondly, on the Cook Inlet Tribal Fishery, I would like to associate myself with all of the comments you've heard from members of the Takatnu Intertribal Fish Commission, who have put a tremendous amount of time and effort into this proposal, and have very clearly articulated the need for the proposal. I think there's a long-standing difficulty of tribal communities being able to have access to salmon, even in times of strong abundance. And a discussion paper on this topic could really help bring a shift in the direction of allowing communities to have that fish and support well-being. We support the AP motion and request the development of a discussion paper on how a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ can be implemented. And I really want to speak a little bit to the authority to do so. I think that we do have precedent here with the halibut shark program to do this type of fishery. And under the current management authority and the salmon management regime in Cook Inlet, that this really is something that we have the authority to do. And if it won't work for some reason, I think the discussion paper can really explore what will work to be able to address the issue at hand. And then I also just want to touch on process here. I think it's very clear that the Tacotino Tribal Fish Commission has worked really closely with NIMS and put in a lot of hard work to come up with this proposal, have followed the process, and is ready to move forward to a discussion paper. And I think that that is absolutely the right step to take at this time. You have a unanimous AP motion supporting that. And if there are issues with the proposal, they can then be addressed in a transparent and fair way. So encourage you to move that forward. And I'm happy to answer questions on either of those topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Robbins, just clear, is the Ocean Conservancy part of the proposal development with the Cook Inlet tribal fishery, or did I miss the connection there?
We are not part of the proposal development. That is the tribes have developed that with NIMS is my understanding, but we are supportive of this process.
Thanks.
And Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Robbins, just clear for your testimony. If I heard you correctly, I think you said with regard to the Ecosystem and Climate Committee, if the council were to reconstitute and develop terms of reference for such a committee, I think I heard you say that a majority of the members should be tribes. And I wonder if you could just speak to that, if I heard you right, and explain your thinking, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, and Mr. Kurland. I think that I'm referencing that there really should be a strong tribal representation on this committee, and noting that the Ecosystem and Climate Committee is intended to really cover the entirety of the North Pacific. That, you know, I think expecting one or two people to represent all of the 229 tribes in Alaska, as is often the case on these bodies, is really an unfair expectation. And that if we are moving towards a co-production or co-management model in which tribes really have a strong voice, that, you know, having more equal representation is certainly the direction to go. And I would defer to tribal organizations as to exactly what those numbers are.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony. So that concludes our public testimony on staff tasking. Let's take a short break here, come back at 2. We'll try 2:45, might have to extend it to 2:50. Let's consider some public testimony and see if the council would like to take action under staff tasking, or if there's any further discussion on any outstanding item. Thank you. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. We're in the final stretch here. Just finished public testimony on staff tasking. We've had a bit of a conversation on issues that we need to cover. Would like to ask, we'll start off to see if any members have action to take under staff tasking or further discussion on items. Yes, Mr. Curlin. Oh, and I guess before we start, we are scheduled to break at 4 p.m. We do have some members who have to catch flights, so I'm just encouraging very efficient conversation during our last stretch here. So thank you, Mr. Curlin.
Noted, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that staff have. And I'll wait for it to come up on screen. So this is on the Cook Inlet area tribal salmon fishery issue. The council requests a discussion paper to inform potential alternatives and options for establishing a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ area. The paper should discuss the elements and management measures identified in the Takatnu Intertribal Fish Commission's letter to the council dated March 25, 2025, and any other measures or issues that may need to be resolved to establish a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ area under the Magnuson-Stevens Act.
Second, Vanderhoven.
Thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Council members will recall that when the council was considering Amendment 16 to the Salmon FMP, which the National Marine Fisheries Service ultimately developed under secretarial authority, the council heard testimony from 7 Cook Inlet tribes seeking development of a tribal salmon fishery. It was not feasible to consider and implement a tribal salmon fishery at that time due to the litigation-driven schedule associated with that action, but we now have an opportunity to begin that process. The tribes involved are represented, as everyone heard, by the Takatnu Intertribal Fish Commission, and I'd like to thank the commission for bringing their proposal forward. NMFS has consulted with the tribes and advised the Takatnu Commission to provide additional specifics and details for each management measure the commission is considering in its proposal. And I would just reference the commission's letter, which provides some of those specifics. This discussion paper that I'm requesting is responsive to the requests from the 7 tribes and the commission, and would provide the mechanism to flesh out more details necessary to inform a decision by the council as to whether to amend the Salmon FMP to create a tribal salmon fishery. And the discussion paper would also be responsive to the recommendation from the advisory panel. In discussions with other council members, I'm aware that there are questions about 2 issues in particular. One is the implication in some correspondence from tribes that tribal members would be the ones eligible to fish in a newly designated tribal fishery, and if so, whether limiting it in that way is permissible under the Magnuson-Stevens Act. And then the second issue is whether under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, tribes could be the entities to issue permits to fish in the tribal fishery. Both of those are issues that would be evaluated in a discussion paper, and my expectation is that if staff were to identify a major roadblock, such as a legal impediment associated with those or other issues, I expect that staff would inform the council before proceeding further with other aspects of a discussion paper. Many of the elements of a prospective tribal salmon fishery as proposed by the Takatnu Commission would leverage the existing management measures for the Cook Inlet EEZ area fishery, and this should provide a significant foundation of existing material for staff to work from while developing the discussion paper. There will, however, be some new elements, of course, that would require more consideration in order to be responsive to the unique needs of the tribes and the nature of establishing a tribal salmon fishery under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which would be a new undertaking for this council. So we'll be relying on the Takatnu Commission to assist staff by providing more information about their current and historical participation in the Cook Inlet salmon fisheries, as well as what they envision for future participation. So I'll just conclude here, Madam Chair, by saying my intent is that NIMS staff would take the lead in the discussion paper and would not bring a paper back to the council lacking all the information necessary to support a decision on whether to initiate an FMP amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Are there any questions on the motion? Yes, Mr. Twain.
I think John's hand was up first.
Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Curlin, for the motion here. Madam Chair, I have a process question here relative to Mr. Curlin's commentary on the motion relative to a tribal fishery and whether or not it's authorized under the MSA. So my process question is, and being a newbie at the council, and this being the first time, I think a fishery request like this has been in front of the council. Question is it seems logical to me before we launch into a discussion paper that we would understand if it had any legal hurdles. So the question is is it a normal process for NOAA GC to make a determination whether or not a tribal we're even authorized under MSA to have this discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. I would defer to Mr. Curlin to answer them.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Mueller, for the question. And I'd certainly invite Ms. Watson to chime in if she chooses to. But I would say we've had some preliminary discussions with NOAA General Counsel around this issue, as you might guess. And certainly, if we were aware of significant roadblocks at this point, we would have taken that into account and would not be proceeding if we thought it was a dead end. So that said, there may be through further, if the council proceeds with a discussion paper through further elucidation of the issues, it's possible that legal issues or other issues will come up. And my intent would be with this discussion paper that we would explore the different contours of a tribal salmon fishery proposal so that anything like that could be highlighted before the council were to initiate an action.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Okay. Any amendments to the motion? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've appreciated the discussion so far and taking your request to be brief. I have emailed a motion to staff. I hope this is in order. Not sure I've done this. I have a substitute motion that reads, the council requests a discussion paper to inform potential alternatives and options for establishing a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ area. The discussion paper should focus on Magnuson-Stevens Act and Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act authority related to eligibility for participation in the fishery and entities eligible to issue permits to allow participation relative to the Tacotnu Intertribal Fish Commission's letter to the council dated March 25th, 2005. And with the second, I'll briefly speak to it.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Sakata. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sukata. My motion is intended to be consistent with the spirit of Mr. Curlin's motion and also to be responsive to the public testimony that we heard. I think I've spoken with a few other council members, and I think the basic response to the legal authority question that Mr. Mueller posed to Mr. Curland is really critical to get a clear answer to before I understand that a lot of effort has already gone in to develop the proposal as it is, and those elements are really helpful if in fact NIMS has the authority to develop a tribal fishery. But I think just given the testimony today and my understanding of tribal fisheries in other areas and the community harvest permit for the halibut fishery, as was referenced, I really think it's critical that we answer the fundamental authority question first. And so I'm proposing this motion to be very clear about that fact.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions on the substitute? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm wondering if we can hear from our general counsel on this.
I'm not, Ms. Watson, I'm not sure if you have anything additional to add beyond what Mr. Curlin has stated as far as your cursory review of this proposal, but if you do, please feel free.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Goen. I will just echo what Mr. Curlin has said. We have worked closely with NMFS over the past year regarding the authorities that the council would have to recommend and NMFS would have to approve an amendment to the Salmon FMP to authorize a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ area. As Mr. Curlin indicated, GC has not identified, and we've advised NMFS as such, that there's no red line prohibition against a tribal fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ area. I think at this point, the contours of the management components of that tribal fishery, as Mr. Curlin indicated, we believe are best fleshed out through a discussion paper. There may be further components that we don't have the authority to implement, but there may be options for federal management to accomplish the goals and objectives of specific requests from the tribes that would meet our legal authorities under the Magnuson-Stevens Act and other legal authorities. So I will highlight again, as Mr. Curlin flagged, we know what GC believes the best mechanism to flesh out the contours of potential federal management or management under the Salmon FMP for a tribal salmon fishery, that the appropriate mechanism to flesh that out further is through a discussion paper where NMFS, in consultation with the tribes, could look at what those options would be, and if there's options that raise more legal risk or for which there's legal concerns, how else, or what other options would accomplish those objectives and goals. So I hope I didn't muddy that any further, but I will just highlight that at this point we haven't identified a red line legal bar against kind of the overarching concept of a tribal salmon fishery in the Cook Inlet EEZ area.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Any other questions on the substitute? Any comments? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Ms. Watson too. I think those comments really helped me. I was trying to discern the difference between Mr. Curlin's motion and Ms. Baker's motion. And I think what I'm coming down to is both provide for a discussion paper, which I believe the tribes and the commission were correct in saying that is the next step, and they're ready to take that step and work on it. But now that I hear Ms. Watson's response, I actually support Ms. Baker's motion, because I want to ensure that the discussion paper deals with those critical questions. And I honestly believe Mr. Curlin has every intent to do that, but maybe for some council members that haven't been looking at these types of issues before, I fully agree that there's no red line legal bar on the ability to do a tribal fishery or a community fishery or any of the things that we've been asked to do. And I'm certainly in support of looking at this. But I don't want to get so far down the line and have the rug pulled out from the commission and from us, because in my past experience, when we started looking at issues like that, some of the legal barriers to constructing a fishery in a certain way were really fundamental things that changed the whole proposal. And I'd rather know what those are, so we don't get so far down the line, and tribes don't get so far down the line that we are way embedded into one construct when we have to change it and do something a little bit different. I'd rather know exactly what we're allowed to do and how we can do it. And this is really around the delegation of authority issue. So I'm happy to hear, and I completely agree, there's no red line legal bar on the ability to do a tribal fishery. I want to understand what the barriers are around, or the construct around Magnuson Act, for how that fishery looks. And I think we owe that to the people that have put a ton of work into this proposal. So I just want to ensure that that part of the paper gets done. And now that I look at it, I think Ms. Baker's motion makes sure that that gets done for tribes. So I'm in support of this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Carlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just note that my intent with the original motion is to be efficient. And so to consider the very same issues that are included in Ms. Baker's substitute motion. And as I indicated in speaking to my motion, my intent as maker of the motion would be that if any difficult issues come up related to those topics, or other significant obstacles come up, that those would come back to the council before completing a full discussion paper. So in my mind, the original motion is an efficient way to proceed, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I will be supporting Ms. Baker's substitute motion here, and I would also add that Ms. Kimball really did a much better job at articulating some of the things I was trying to get at here in terms of making sure we have the authority to do this before we get too far down the road. We have stakeholders that are extremely invested in this. They've put a lot of work into it, and it's obviously well thought out. In fairness to their work and their desires, as well as the work of the agency here, I just wanted to make sure that that question of our authority is answered as soon as possible, so there's no surprises as we move forward. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller and Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I have more of a question than a comment. I'm still trying to understand the difference between these two motions. They both ask for a discussion paper, but this one asks to also focus. They both ask to address the Magnuson-Stevens Act issues, but this one also asks for the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. So is that the distinction between these two motions?
Ms. Baker, would you like to take that on? I know we're at comments now, so maybe we could just keep it to this one question and then move back to comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, there are a couple of differences that I would point out. Overall, Ms. Goen, the difference that I see in this discussion paper, and I'll try to put it in the terms of the Cook Inlet tribal salmon fishery proposal that was attached to the letter on this agenda item. There's about a 3-page table. I'm looking, and you may not be referencing that, but in the Cook Inlet EEZ tribal salmon fishery proposal, the very first line in that is who can fish. And the proposal is that persons issued a permit from a federally recognized Cook Inlet region tribe would be the persons participating in that fishery. I'm assuming the only persons that can participate in that fishery. I think what you're hearing from other council members is that in other experiences, we are unclear if under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and I'm adding yes, and under I'm asking and would offer State of Alaska Department of Law assistance with this, under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. We heard about that in testimony today. I'm not sure, to be honest, if it is relevant, but I am trying to be responsive to the council member questions about whether we have the authority to implement a program that specifies that only persons issued a permit from a federally recognized Cook Inlet region tribe would be able to participate in a tribal fishery? I think we need an answer to that question, and it would not be a good use of time if the answer to that is no, to focus on all of the remaining elements in the table. And so because of the time, I understand the request for quick turnaround for this discussion paper. I'm also trying to use our resources effectively.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And Mr. Twite, do you have a comment?
I do. For me, this is a matter of understanding tribal authority, tribal autonomy, as well as what's authorized for the federal government to do under Magnuson-Stevens relative to that. And while I'm often a big fan of proceeding forward on an issue until you encounter an obstacle, I've gotten into real trouble in my career doing that when it comes to tribal authority and tribal autonomy. And consequently, I think and for me, that's the essence in many ways of the motion that Mr. Curlin put on the table. What I appreciate about the motion that Ms. Baker put on the table is, for me, that's been solid ground throughout my career. When as a state official, I'm trying to understand issues of tribal and federal authorities and autonomy, and that is actually having a definitive rendition of what those authorities are in front of me as I work forward, instead of waiting until I bump into one of the edges. I'm putting it a little too simplistically, but for me, that's why I think the approach that Ms. Baker's outlined makes the most sense.
Thank you. And I think we have time for another comment. Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be really brief. I really appreciate the discussion that we're having here, and I'm realizing that I know even less about these authorities than I thought I did. And while I was originally fully prepared to support Mr. Curlin's motion, based on the conversation, I do think the substitute motion is a better way to go, so I'll be supporting the substitute.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. And Ms. Goen?
You, I just want to note that while I support a discussion paper moving forward on this, I feel like I do not know enough to vote, so I'm going to abstain.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Mr. Twite?
I would like to quickly add, to the extent that this discussion paper can, if it identifies a major problem, also provide some identification of potential alternatives. That's great, but I think still the first priority should be on just giving the council an understanding of what authorities are involved and whether those authorities currently permit this.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking about something similar to what Mr. Twite said, and just that once the tribes, since they're going to be working with the agency on this thing, if it passes, once they understand if there's some bounds around what could be done in the management measures associated with this fishery, that's a great opportunity then to then use that information to modify those to fit into something that we clearly have authority for. So I just wanted to put that on the record too. I agree with Mr. Twite. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Curlin?
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to my fellow council members for the discussion on this. I certainly hear all of the issues associated with this and the desire for clarity on these threshold issues as kind of an incremental step. Although that's not what I proposed in my original motion, I think it does move us in the right direction in trying to flesh out the issues here and to explore this as we would have under the motion that I proposed. But in the interest of moving this forward, I'm prepared to support the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Not seeing any further comments. I will note one abstention, and we'll ask whether or not there's any objection to the substitute. Okay. Seeing none, the substitute passes without objection. Any other motions for staff tasking? Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion. I sent it in, so I'll wait for the motion to get on screen. It's motion is in regards to, well, here it is. The council requests NIMS review and revise as necessary the regulations at 50 CFR 679.23 governing the time of day of openings and closures for directed fishing for sablefish using fixed gear to allow NIMS to annually set the opening closing time in alignment with the fishing period set for halibut commercial fishery consistent with 50 CFR 679.23 parenthetical F at section 3.5.1 of the BS and GOA FMPs. With a second, I'll speak to it briefly.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Twite.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Twite. I think that Nels spoke to this well in his testimony, and this man did a good job in her AP report as well. So I'll try to summarize and to be as brief in describing the intent of this motion as I can. This is a simple change aimed at maintaining the alignment of the sablefish and halibut IFQ fisheries as contemplated in this council actions. As such, this action is necessary to implement section 3.5.1 of the BSAI and GOA FMP, align regulations based on changes made by International Pacific Halibut Commission, and accomplish the intent of 50 CFR 679.23 parenthetical G, which allows NIMS to rely on the opening of the halibut season and setting of the sablefish season to reduce bycatch and regulatory discards between the two fisheries. This motion asks NIMS to evaluate if this is an action that could be completed under NIMS's rulemaking authority 305B of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and if so, to align the regulations concerned. It is my intent that if NIMS determines that a council recommended regulatory amendment is needed, the council would receive that information and the council would then decide whether it would be more appropriate to immediately initiate the regulatory amendment or to add it to the agenda of the council's IFQ committee where it could be discussed and potentially added to a future omnibus. With that, I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Are there any questions? All right. Any comments on the motion? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Ritchie, for the motion. So Mr. Ritchie largely addressed this, but I'll just mention briefly, the council is aware that under NIPS policy, we have relatively narrow circumstances where we use section 305D rulemaking authority under actions to advance actions like this. This one may well fit. So as Mr. Ritchie indicated, and I just wanted to confirm, our intent would be to explore that and see if we can accomplish it that way as an efficient mechanism of moving this forward. And if not, we would certainly inform the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. I think it's a preferable route for all of us. So hopefully that's the case. Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Mr. Ritchie, is your hands back up?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to thank NIMS staff for the help on this one. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Okay. So no further comments. Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Thank you. Any further actions? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was informed that I needed there it is right there. It's up right now. Council motion on the terms of reference to the Enforcement Committee. If you're ready, I'll go ahead.
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, the council adopts the terms of reference for the enforcement committee attached to the enforcement committee terms of reference report of March 27th, 2025. And everybody should have a chance to look at those. With a second, I'll make a few comments. First, let me say that we had some challenges with the terms of reference. Those were mostly due to my fault for not being knowledgeable and prepared when we had our committee meeting. But Miss Carla Bush and my co-chair, Mr. Cheeseman, helped out greatly, and we were able to develop, I think, a good document that's before you. This particular document really just updates the whole thing to be consistent with the terms of reference for other council committees. It has a recognition of the co-chairs being appointed by the council chair, in this case, a co-chairs, one sitting member of the council and the other is a member of the committee. It speaks to the hybrid virtual nature of meetings that allow for remote participation. It speaks to the roles and responsibilities of the members and the allowance for committee proxy participation with the approval of the co-chairs. It also, in section 5, speaks to, clarifies the opportunity for public comment, basically clarifying that written public comment is preferred, but that there is an opportunity for oral public comment if time allows for the meeting. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any questions on the motion or the terms of reference for the enforcement committee? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, Mr. Williams. I'm trying to find where this is. Can you just direct me to where I can look at the version that you're putting forward?
Yes, it was attached as part of the e-agenda enforcement report. It's attached to that document.
Second question, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Sorry, as I just try to scroll through there. You mentioned then, Mr. Williams, that these were aligned with a lot of the different sections in the other proposed terms of reference, and I was specifically asking about the public comment section.
Yes.
So were these terms of reference changed slightly from the discussion out of the enforcement committee to then align with all of the other terms of reference proposed relative to public comment?
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, yes, they were.
Okay.
To make them clearer that there is an opportunity for oral public comment within the bounds of meeting timeframes and the ability to make it fit, yes. So it was definitely different than what was discussed at the enforcement committee meeting.
Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other questions? Any comments? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for your work, your chairmanship on the committee, and for your work in doing some slight amendments to the terms of reference, Mr. Williams. Okay, I'll give this a try. Is there any objection to the motion? Okay, seeing none, motion passes without objection. Any further action? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I have something very brief, Madam Chair, for the council. Just in the interest of trying to be more explicit about what we're putting on agendas for committees. The Fishery Monitoring and Advisory Committee has a meeting coming up on May 12th. And I'd like to offer that the FMAC should add to their agenda a discussion of implementing electronic monitoring in the Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish program shoreside sector. The AP actually had this as part of their rockfish motions, but we weren't able to take up that item. I'm not asking for a discussion paper or anything similar to the AP AP motion. I'm just asking that the FMAC provide an opportunity for a discussion with NIMS on their agenda for May 12th. I think it's appropriate as we'll have an EFP in the water, and it just starts the conversation relative to some of the constraints and some of the things that will need to change when we're moving from, you know, having observers offshore into having observers and doing a lot of the biological monitoring onshore. So just noticing the council, it's not really a motion, but I know we're supposed to try to talk about what's on our agendas for committees, and I'm proposing we add that. And if council members have any questions or opposition to that, I'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any questions or comments on committee scope of work or tasking for the next meeting? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Anything else? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was a little slow. I should have followed Mr. Williams. I also have a motion related to committee terms of reference. This is for the IFQ and Ecosystem Committee terms of reference. I'll pause till it's on the screen. Action 1, the council adopts the attached terms of reference for the IFQ committee and tasks staff to initiate a call for nominations for 1 to 2 members. 1 to 2 new members who represent one of the following: representatives or holders of IFQ across multiple management regions, D-class quota shareholders, or a community quota entity or CQE representative. And action 2, the council adopts the attached terms of reference for an ecosystem committee and task staff to initiate a call for nominations. And with a second, I will briefly speak to it.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Sukata. And based on questions of Mr. Williams, I just want to be clear. The motion references for both of these actions attached terms of reference, and by attached, I mean to this motion. But similar to Mr. Williams' motion, each committee provided input on the draft terms of reference, in particular for the IFQ committee at its December 2024 meeting. And there were a few minor changes that were made to the draft terms of reference that are posted for the IFQ committee under the E agenda versus what is attached to this motion. And those changes clarified that the compensation and travel expenses for non-council members on the committee are not provided by the council. And this is for consistency with the council's SOP. And then the second part of this action 1 motion is that the IFQ has been seeking additional representation of D-class quota shareholders and community quota entity representatives, but did not receive any nominations during the previous call to fill those roles. There was also a recent vacancy on the committee due to the retirement of a member who represented quota holders across several management regions. In terms of action 2, this is responsive to the council's interest in reconstituting a more broadly focused ecosystem committee with new membership in terms of reference based on the council's current work and emerging needs. It includes, but not limited to, Inflation Reduction Act climate readiness planning and projects, ongoing implementation of the council's climate resilience work plan, and tracking the essential fish habitat 5-year review effort. The terms of reference are modeled after those provided for other council committees. And again, slight modifications from what's posted under the E agenda item and attached. There's a revision attached to this motion, really for consistency with the SOPs. The call for nominations for ecosystem committee membership should be drafted with the language in section 2 of the terms of reference, in which members of the public who participate in fisheries within the council's jurisdiction and/or are knowledgeable about the ecosystem regions within the council's jurisdiction, the impacts of climate change on Alaska's federal fisheries and communities, and environmental issues of importance to industry, tribes, and communities. That'll take any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there any questions on Ms. Baker's motion? Yes, Ms. Watson.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I think my question is primarily targeted at the IFQ committee terms of reference. Section 2 membership indicates the interested person should submit a letter of interest and brief resume to the council. I suppose I'm just seeking clarification that that exists irrespective of whether there's a public call for a nominations process or whether the chair would proceed with appointing members without going through the nomination process. And I guess I'm just asking because I wasn't sure if we needed clarity on when we're asking for interested members of the public to submit a letter of interest.
Ms. Watson, Ms. Baker, if you'd like me to attempt to answer that, or Mr. Witherall, or you can, I'll defer to you.
Madam Chair, thank you. My understanding is that the intent was for these terms of membership to be consistent with other committees. And if what you're seeing, Ms. Watson, is not consistent, perhaps I will refer to Mr. Witherall to help me out there.
Well, the council previously decided that while the council chair is authorized to make committee appointments, our standard practice would be to go for a public call for nominations. But the chair retains that authority under special circumstances to make a appointment in between meetings, special appointment.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, Ms. Watson.
So is the intent of directing interested members of the public to submit a letter of interest and brief resume to the council chair? That would be just a standing notice. The public could do that at any time? Or would the intent be that when there's a call for nominations, then we would request interested members of the public to submit a letter of interest and brief resume to the council?
I think if I could jump in, I think that refers to when there's a call for nominations, and realistically, we usually have a separate nominations page where people can put their resume and letter of interest on one of our special web pages rather than email it to me and the chair anyway. But this still describes our process fairly well, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and Ms. Goen.
Thank you. My question's on the ecosystem committee, and we had some verbal and written testimony looking for a longer comment period on the terms of reference and the call for nomination. So, but am I understanding it correctly that this will go ahead and move forward with that committee? So there wouldn't be a longer comment period on that. Is that correct?
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Goen, yes, this motion is limited to the council adopting the terms of reference for the ecosystem committee, I guess, and that is what we would be doing at this time. Just to clarify your question, or my understanding is I interpreted the public comment as asking for more time to think about membership and actual membership and scope of work of the ecosystem committee, which I am not addressing in this motion, if that helps.
Any further questions? On the motion? And I would just note, Ms. Baker, with your call for nominations, I think we did have an original call for nominations, which is slightly broader than this, to include Aleutian Islands or Southeast representatives. We did receive one application for that specific region. So, and I think when you spoke to it, you said that we didn't receive applications for the remaining solicitation, which is accurate. So I just wanted to clarify that we did receive one application. And I intend to make some announcements at the end of the meeting. That's why I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you. So any further questions, comments on the action or the motions? Okay. Seeing none, is there any opposition? Okay, that motion passes without opposition. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further action or discussion? Okay, I'll take that as no. So I have a couple appointment announcements to make before breaking. For our Charter Halibut Management Committee, I'll be appointing Chance Miller as a 3A representative and Adrian Swan for our 2C representative. For the IFQ committee, I'll be appointing Casey Campo. For the FMAC committee, Jake Myers. And for the PCFMAC, Christian Martinez. So, and I don't think that there are any other announcements. Mr. Witherell?
I don't have.
Okay. Right. So that concludes our meeting. I'd like to express, our gratitude to staff as always and their assistance during this virtual meeting, as well as all of the agency staff and participation and updates. I know some of them were very challenging. We certainly look forward to working with the agency through these coming months, and hope that everyone has a safe spring, and we'll see you in June in Newport. So thank you, everyone. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.